Welcome to Chilling Labubu. If you enjoy tonight's atmosphere, consider liking and subscribing. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin. Story 1. The fluorescent light in Ming's cubicle apartment flickered erratically, casting strange shadows across the 12 square feet he called home. He'd counted those feet countless times during sleepless nights, measuring his world in tiny increments that seemed to shrink with each passing month. Hong Kong's infamous cage homes had nothing on these newer coffin apartments in Sham Shui Po. At least the cages had some ventilation. Here, sandwiched between identical units in a crumbling 1960s building, the only air Ming breathed was whatever seeped through the paper-thin walls and the narrow gap under his door. Each night, he listened to the symphony of his neighbors' lives, crying babies, domestic arguments, coughing fits that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the building. Sometimes in the darkest hours he heard things that couldn't possibly come from human throats. But he'd learned to blame those sounds on the building's aging pipes. The eviction notice had arrived 3 days ago, its red characters burning into his retinas every time he closed his eyes, 3 months behind on rent. Mr. Wang, the building manager, had started giving him those looks, the kind that said time was running out. Ming had seen others evicted before, their meager possessions dumped unceremoniously under the street, while neighbors pretended not to watch. The restaurant had let him go last week apparently. Dropping 2 plates in one shift was enough reason to terminate someone these days. But it wasn't just the plates. Ming knew his performance had been slipping for months. The exhaustion of suffocating nights in his coffin had begun to show. Dark circles under his eyes, trembling hands, moments of confused vacancy that concerned even the most callous of his co-workers. "You look like a ghost," the supervisor had said while handing him his final paycheck. The words echoed in Ming's mind now as he watched the cockroach scuttle across his only possession of value, a small tablet his mother had given him before she passed. The rest of his belongings could fit in a single plastic bag. 3 shirts, 2 pairs of pants, some underwear, and a handful of convenience store receipts that reminded him of better days when he could afford instant noodles. He spent the next 2 days applying for jobs, wandering through the humid streets of Sham Shui Po with increasingly desperate hope. Each rejection carved away another piece of his dignity. Security guard positions wanted younger men. Construction sites wanted stronger ones. Even the convenience store seemed to look right through him as if he were already a ghost. That's when the idea came to him, sprouting from the dark soil of desperation. His daily walk took him past the Eternal Peace Columbarium, a massive building that housed thousands of funerary urns. He'd never paid it much attention before the living had enough troubles without concerning themselves with the dead. But now, as he stood before its imposing facade, he began to notice details that had escaped him before. The ornate entrance with its carved stone guardians, the steady stream of well-dressed visitors carrying offerings, the fresh flowers and burning incense that spoke of families wealthy enough to maintain elaborate ancestral traditions. Each urn inside represented not just a departed soul, but a family with enough money to afford a proper resting place for their dead. Ming spent 3 days watching the columbarium, learning its rhythms. The morning rush of elderly visitors bearing fruit and incense. The afternoon lull when only occasional mourners would stop by. The evening ceremonies on certain days filling the air with prayer and the smell of burning joss paper. And finally, the night, when the building stood silent but for the ancient security guard who always dozed off around midnight in his little boots. The plan formed like cancer in his mind, growing and spreading until it consumed all other thoughts. He wasn't a bad person, he told himself during long nights spent rehearsing every detail. He just needed enough money to survive until he found another job. He'd return everything once he got back on his feet. The dead would understand, hadn't they too once struggled to survive in this merciless city? His grandmother's voice haunted him as he made his preparations. She had filled his childhood with ghost stories, warnings about the hungry dead, and the terrible fates that awaited those who disturbed their rest. But desperation had a way of making superstition seem foolish. What was worse, angering the dead or joining them on the street? The first night, Ming waited until 3 a.m., the hour when the living were asleep, and the dead were supposed to be at their most active. He'd chosen this time deliberately, reasoning that any strange sounds would be blamed on supernatural activity rather than human interference. The security guard, as expected, was slumped in his chair, ancient television flickering silently before him. The lock on the back entrance was so old it practically picked itself. Inside, the columbarium was a maze of identical corridors lined with wooden shelves holding thousands of urns. Small LED lights illuminated photos of the deceased, their eternal smiles watching Ming as he moved in the shadows. The air was thick with the smell of incense and memories. His footsteps, no matter how careful, seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Each creak of the floorboards sent his heart racing. The faces in the photographs seemed to follow his movement, their expressions shifting subtly into the dim light. Ming told himself it was just tricks of shadow and perspective. He selected 3 urns at random, trying not to look at the photographs or names. Better not to think of them as people, just objects that would be temporarily borrowed. His hands trembled as he carefully removed each urn from its resting place, replacing it with a handwritten note. Your loved one is safe. 50,000 HKD for their return. Instructions to follow. Tell no one. Ming left his encrypted messaging handle at the bottom of each note. He had spent hours practicing the characters, making sure they were clear but impossible to trace back to his hand. The urns felt heavier than they should as he placed them in his backpack, their weight seeming to increase with each step toward the exit. The first 2 ransoms were paid within days. The families were wealthy enough not to risk their ancestors' eternal rest over what amounted to a few thousand US. Ming kept his word, returning the urns to predetermined locations, public restrooms in busy shopping centers, the backs of Buddhist temples, once even in a McDonald's playground at dawn. The money kept him fed and housed for another month. Mr. Wong stopped giving him those looks. Ming even bought new shoes, his first in 2 years. But the nights grew longer, filled with strange dreams of endless corridors and watching faces. Sometimes he woke to find his apartment thick with the smell of incense, though he burned none. The 3rd urn belonged to someone named Chen Weiling, deceased 1989. Try as he might, Ming couldn't avoid looking at this photograph. It showed a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a subtle smile that seemed oddly familiar, though Ming was certain they had never met. 3 days after leaving the ransom note, he received a message. I will pay. Meet me at the Pak Kung Temple tonight at midnight. Bring my urn. The temple was small and rarely visited, tucked away in an alley where the neon lights of the city couldn't reach. Ming arrived early, carrying Chen's urn in his backpack. The night air was unusually cold for September, and an odd mist had settled in the narrow streets, swirling around his ankles like hungry cats. The temple's incense burner had been cold for hours, yet the smell of sandalwood and ash grew stronger with each passing minute. Ming checked his phone repeatedly, watching as 11:59 turned to midnight. The street lamps began to flicker, their light dimming until the alley was lit only by the faint glow of distant signs. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man in his 50s, wearing an outdated suit that seemed somehow familiar. His footsteps made no sound on the wet pavement, and the mist parted before him like a curtain drawn back by invisible hands. "Do you have it?" the man asked, his voice carrying an ethereal echo that Ming desperately tried to attribute to the temple's acoustics. Ming nodded, carefully removing the urn from his backpack. His hand shook so badly he nearly dropped it. The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick envelope. "Count it," he said, handing it to Ming. The bills felt strange, too thin, too crisp. In the dim light, Ming had to squint to make out the denominations. His heart stopped. The money wasn't money at all. Each bill was joss paper hell money meant to be burned for the dead. And now that he looked closer, really looked, the man's suit was the same one from the photograph in the columbarium. Chen Weiling's kind eyes weren't kind anymore. "Is something wrong?" Chen asked, his face beginning to shift, skin turning gray and translucent like old paper. "Isn't this what you wanted? Money?" His smile widened impossibly, revealing teeth that were far too sharp, far too numerous. "We can make so much more together, you and I. There are so many urns, so many families willing to pay." Ming dropped the hell money and ran, leaving the urn behind. He could hear Chen's laughter echoing through the streets, bouncing off buildings that suddenly seemed much older, much more decrepit than they had been moments before. The neon signs above had transformed into ghost fires, floating orbs of blue and green that illuminated faces in the windows' faces, of people who had died decades ago, all wearing the same terrible smiles. The streets themselves seemed to shift and change, familiar routes twisting into impossible geometries. More than once, Ming found himself running past the same temple, Chen's laughter growing closer each time. The hell money fluttered in his wake, each bill burning with a cold fire that illuminated more spectral faces emerging from the walls. He didn't stop running until he reached his coffin apartment, slamming the door behind him and collapsing onto his thin mattress. The hell money had somehow made its way into his pockets, spilling onto the floor in endless streams. The faces in the bills seemed to move, mouths opening in silent screams or a terrible laughter. In his panic, Ming did the only thing he could think of. He gathered the papers and set them alight, hoping to appease whatever supernatural force he had angered. The flames caught quickly, too quickly. They spread across the floor like living things ignoring physics and reason. Ming screamed as the fire crawled up the walls, taking on shapes that looked disturbingly like human figures dancing in their burning agony. Through the smoke and heat, he saw Chen Weiling standing in the corner, still wearing that terrible smile, but he wasn't alone anymore. Behind him stood shadows of others, the owners of every urn in the columbarium. Thousands of spectral figures, all reaching out with burning hands. "Anterne, you wanted to profit from the dead," Chen said, his voice now a chorus of countless others. "Now you'll learn what it means to join us. We have such wonderful things to show you, little brave robber, such wonderful, terrible things." The flames engulfed Ming before he could reach the door. His neighbors would later report hearing screams, but by the time firefighters broke down the door, they found only ashes, far more ashes than a human body should produce. The walls of the tiny apartment were scorched with strange patterns that some said resembled Chinese characters spelling out warnings about it disturbing the rest of the dead. The 3 urns Ming had stolen were found in his apartment, completely untouched by the fire. When they were returned to the columbarium, the staff noticed something odd about Chen Weiling's niche. The photograph had changed. The kind-faced man was still smiling, but now there was someone else in the background, barely visible, their face contorted in eternal screaming. Some say that on quiet nights, when the living are asleep and the dead are at their most active, you can still hear Ming's screams echoing from the corridors of the columbary. The security guard who no longer dozes off during his shift swears he sometimes sees a figure in the shadows, desperately trying to return something to the dead, but never finding peace. In Sham Shui Po, Ming's old coffin apartment remains vacant. No amount of renovation could remove the burnt patterns from the walls, and no tenant stays longer than a single night. They all report the same thing: the overwhelming smell of incense, the sound of rustling joss paper, and the sensation of being watched by someone who learned too late that the dead don't bargain with the living. The building's owner eventually sealed off the unit entirely, but late at night, residents still see hell money floating down from somewhere above, burning without fire, carrying the whispered warnings of a man who dared to ransom the dead. Story 2. The scent of burning sage filled Master Wei's study, for what he hoped would be the last time. Each tendril of smoke curled through the air with deliberate slowness, as if the incense itself was reluctant to mark this ending. After 30 years of serving as a medium between the living and the dead, he was ready to close this chapter of his life. His fingers traced the worn edges of his ancestral meditation bowl, memorizing every scratch and dent that marked decades of supernatural encounters. The bronze had been polished smooth by generations of hands before his hands that had also parted the veil between worlds. Outside, Hong Kong's autumn sky had begun its transition from afternoon to evening, that liminal time when the barrier between realms grew thinnest. The late sun cast long shadows through the paper screens of his modest apartment in Kowloon Bay, transforming familiar objects into mysterious silhouettes. The city's endless drone seemed distant, muffled by the weight of what was to come. His final clients would arrive soon, a meeting that would prove far more fateful than he could have imagined. Wei took his time arranging his tools, the jade pendulum passed down through 5 generations, the yellowed papers covered in protective sigils, the small vials of blessed water collected from 7 different temples. Each item held memories of countless encounters with the restless dead. The pendulum had guided them to hidden graves. The sigils had warded off vengeful spirits. The blessed water had given peace to souls trapped between worlds. "Are you sure about this, Father?" Wei looked up to find his teenage son, Jin Ho, standing in the doorway. At 15, he was at that peculiar threshold between childhood and adulthood, his gangly frame somehow both awkward and graceful. Concern etched across his young face, making him look momentarily older than his years. Wei had noticed lately how his son's eyes would sometimes drift to empty corners of rooms following movements. Only he could see the first signs of inheriting Wei's gift, though Wei had done his best to shield him from that burden. "The dead have taken enough of my time," Wei replied, managing a tired smile. He carefully placed the pendulum in its silk-lined box, each movement deliberate and respectful. "Your mother deserves better than a husband who spends more time with ghosts than a living." He didn't mention the toll it had taken, the sleepless nights, the cold sweats, the way the spirits had begun to follow him even to his dreams. How sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, he would wake to find his room filled with shadowy figures, all waiting their turn to tell their stories. The brass bell by his door chimed softly in the stillness, though no wind stirred the air. Jinho's eyes widened slightly, too. Before either could speak, a gentle knock interrupted their shared moment of understanding. Wei's neighbor and fellow spiritual practitioner, Mei Lin, poked her head in. Her silver hair was tied back in a neat bun, and the countless crystal pendants around her neck caught the fading sunlight, creating tiny rainbows that danced across the walls. "They're here," she said softly, each crystal swaying with its own subtle rhythm. "And wait," she paused, her weathered hand clutching one particular stone, a piece of raw amethyst she only touched when sensing powerful spiritual disturbances. "There's something different about this one. I can feel it." Wei nodded, recognizing the slight tremor in her voice. After so many years, he had learned to trust Mei Lin's intuition. The crystals she wore weren't mere decorations. They were spiritual sensors attuned to the presence of restless souls. Each one had been carefully selected and consecrated for its purpose. Some warned of malevolent spirits, others attracted benevolent ones, and a few, like the amethyst she now gripped, served as early warning systems for particularly powerful supernatural entities. The clients, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, entered like shadows cast by the dying sun. Even before they crossed his threshold, Wei felt the disturbance they brought with them, a subtle shift in the air pressure, a barely perceptible drop in temperature that made the incense smoke coil defensively around his protective talismans. Mr. Wang was tall and athletic, carrying himself with the confidence of someone used to being in control. Though Wei noticed how his right hand continuously clenched and unclenched, betraying an inner tension. His expensive watch caught the light as he moved, its face mysteriously fogged despite the room's warmth. Mrs. Wang was visibly pregnant, perhaps 7 months along, her floral maternity dress doing little to hide her condition. But what struck Wei was the hollow fear in her eyes, the kind of bone-deep terror that came from too many nights spent staring into darkness, watching something that shouldn't exist. Dark circles beneath them suggested many sleepless nights, and her fingernails were bitten to the quick. She moved as if carrying not just her unborn child, but an invisible weight that bent her shoulders forward. "Please," Wei gestured to the cushions before his low table, watching how the couple unconsciously maintained a small distance between themselves as they sat. The space between them seemed charged with unspoken words. "Tell me what brings you here." Mei Lin settled herself in the corner, her crystals creating a protective circle around the space. Each stone had been chosen for this final consultation. Black tourmaline for protection, selenite for clarity, and rose quartz to calm troubled spirits. The amethyst at her throat continued its subtle pulsing like a second heartbeat. Mrs. Wang's hands trembled as she settled herself, her fingers instinctively moving to protect her swollen belly. "It started 3 weeks ago," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. The words seemed to catch in her throat, as if something cold and wet was trying to stop them from emerging. "At first, it was just the cold spots in our apartment, places where the air would suddenly feel like winter, even with all the windows closed and the air conditioning off." She paused, glancing at her husband as if seeking permission to continue. His face remained carefully neutral, but Wei noticed a muscle twitching in his jaw. The incense smoke began to gather unusually thick around him, as if drawn to something only it could sense. Then the water, Mrs. Wang's voice cracked slightly. "The water," Wei leaned forward, sensing the weight of unspoken words. The jade pendulum in its box began to swing of its own accord, marking time like a metronome, counting down to something inevitable. "Every morning our bedroom floor is wet, soaking wet with salt water," Mr. Wang interrupted, his tone suggesting he couldn't quite believe what he was saying even now. His carefully maintained facade cracked slightly, revealing the glimpse of genuine fear. "And the smell of the ocean, even though we live in the city center." At first, I thought it was a leak, and plumbers check everything twice. But they found nothing. And the salt. No pipe carries seawater to our building. Mrs. Wong clutched her belly more tightly, and Wei noticed how the temperature in the room dropped several degrees in her next words. But that's not the worst part. Sometimes at night, I see her. A young woman in a white swimming suit, her hair floating as if underwater. She stands by our bed, dripping, staring at my husband with such hatred. A single drop of water fell from nowhere, landing on the table between them with an impossibly loud splash. Everyone jumped slightly except Wei, who watched the liquid spread with practiced calmness. It left behind a faint trace of salt when it evaporated moments later. She never looks at me, Mrs. Wong continued, her voice growing stronger as she finally gave voice to her fears. Only at him, and sometimes I hear her crying in our bathroom. When I turn on the light, the mirror is covered in condensation, and there are words written in it. Always the same words. You promised. Wei noticed Mr. Wong's jaw tighten further, a flicker of guilt crossing his face before being quickly masked by practiced indifference. Years of experience had taught Wei that ghosts rarely haunted without reason. The living usually carried the seeds of their own haunting, fertilized by secrets and watered with denial. The paper screens rustled without wind, and in their shadows, Wei caught a glimpse of movement, a dark shape, sinuous and fluid, like seaweed drifting in deep waters. Jin-Ho, still standing by the doorway, drew in a sharp breath. His son's emerging gift was obviously letting him see something beyond the ordinary play of light and shadow. Malin's crystals began to hum. A high-pitched sound that set their teeth on edge. The stones vibrated against each other, creating a discordant melody that spoke of turbulent spirits and troubled waters. Wei, she warned, her voice tight with concentration as she tried to maintain the protective circle. We're not alone. The confession, when it came, burst from Mr. Wong like water from a broken dam. His carefully maintained composure shattered, revealing the desperate man beneath. Her name was Michelle Chin, he said, the words tumbling out as if he could no longer contain them. She was my student at the swimming center, elite athlete, training for the national team. What happened between us? It was a mistake. When she told me she was pregnant. His voice cracked, and in that moment, the room's temperature plummeted. Frost began to form on the windows despite the autumn warmth outside. The incense flames flickered violently, casting wild shadows that seemed to take on human shapes. I told her to get rid of it, he continued, unable to stop now that he had begun. Said I would deny everything, that it would ruin both our careers. 2 days later, they found her body washed up at Repulse Bay. The police called it suicide, but Mrs. Wong's cry of anguish was drowned out by a sudden violent gust of wind that extinguished every light in the room. In the darkness, Wei saw her clearly, the ghost of Michelle Chen, her white swimming suit torn and stained with seaweed, her skin bleached white by the ocean's embrace, her hair writhed like living tentacles, and her eyes burned with an otherworldly phosphorescence that illuminated her face from within, revealing features distorted by death and rage. Water began to pool around her feet, spreading across Wei's floor in defiance of gravity, carrying with it the bitter scent of loss and betrayal. The ghost's presence brought more than just physical manifestations, carried the weight of broken promises, shattered dreams, and a mother's grief that had fermented into something dangerous in the depths of the sea. You promised me forever, the ghost's voice gurgled, seawater spilling from her mouth with each word, the liquid black in the darkness. You said our baby would be perfect. Her words carried the echo of waves crashing against rocks, of depths where sunlight never reached. Each syllable sent ripples through the growing pool of water on the floor, creating patterns that resembled tiny, grasping hands. Wei moved with practiced deliberation, positioning himself between the spirit and the living. The protective sigils in his pockets grew warm against his skin, responding to the supernatural presence. Behind him, he could hear Mei Lin beginning a protective chant, her voice steady despite the paranormal chaos unfolding around them. Her crystals glowed with defensive energy, creating a barrier of light that pushed against the encroaching darkness. But something was different about this ghost. Her rage had been feeding on itself for months, growing stronger with each passing day, nourished by the salt of the sea and the bitterness of betrayal. The usual methods of spiritual containment seemed to wash away against her power like sand castles before the tide. Michelle, Wei addressed the spirit directly, using the calm, authoritative voice that had soothed countless restless souls before. Your pain is justified, but revenge will not bring you peace. He reached for his jade pendulum, hoping its generations of spiritual energy might help bridge the gap between the living and the dead. The ghost's laugh was like breaking waves on jagged rocks, hollow and dangerous. Peace. The word froze in the air, crystallizing into tiny shards of ice that fell tinkling to the floor. He took my peace when he took my future. Now I'll take his. Her form began to stretch and distort, reaching toward Mrs. Wong with fingers that had grown long and sharp like coral branches. The pregnant woman whimpered, trying to back away but finding herself unable to move, her feet anchored by seaweed that had mysteriously wrapped around her ankles. Wei felt the familiar surge of his gift rising within him, the ability to bridge the gap between the living and the dead, humming in his bones like a tuning fork, struck against fate. But as he reached out with his spiritual energy, he was unprepared for the depth of Michelle's anguish. It hit him like a physical blow, images flooding his mind with the crystal clarity of drowning memories. The joy in Michelle's heart when she first discovered her pregnancy. Her hand pressed against her belly in the locker room mirror, imagining the future. Mr. Wong's cruel dismissal in his office, his words cutting deeper than any knife. Get rid of it, or I'll get rid of you. The long walk along the beach as she contemplated her future, each step taking her closer to her final decision. The strange peace she felt as she waded into the waters, believing they would embrace her more lovingly than the father of her unborn child had. The weight of these memories nearly brought Wei to his knees. Behind him, he heard Mr. Wong retch and realized the ghost was forcing him to relive these moments too, making him witness the full impact of his cruelty. Father! Jinho's voice cut through the chaos like a blade of pure light. The boy had moved from the doorway to stand beside Wei, his young face set with determination. To Wei's amazement and horror, his son could clearly see Michelle's ghost in all her tragic detail. The spirit turned toward Jinho, momentarily distracted from her vengeance by the presence of one so young yet so attuned to her realm. You're in pain, Jinho said simply, with the direct clarity of youth. His voice carried neither judgment nor fear, only understanding. You're a baby. It's still with you, isn't it? I can see it. The ghost's form flickered like an image on troubled water, and for a moment, Wei could see what his son saw, not just the vengeful spirit, but the phantom shape of an unborn child, still cradled within her ethereal form. The baby's spirit pulsed with a gentle light, untouched by the darkness that had consumed its mother. Michelle's hand moved to her belly, mirror-imaging Mrs. Wong's protective gesture. For a brief moment, the two mothers, one living, one dead, shared a look of perfect understanding. Maylin stepped forward, a protective circle of crystals moving with her. The stones now pulsed with a gentler light, resonating with the baby's innocent spirit, rather than the mother's rage. "Your child's spirit is trapped with you, Michelle," she said softly, her words carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "As long as you hold on to your anger, neither of you can move on. You're binding your baby to this world with chains of vengeance." The truth of these words seemed to reach something deep within the ghost, something that the ocean's cold embrace hadn't quite managed to extinguish. The water dripping from her form began to taste of tears rather than seawater, each drop carrying the salt of sorrow rather than rage. In the dim light, her ethereal form wavered, momentarily showing the young woman. She had been hopeful, loving, betrayed. "I just wanted to be loved," she whispered, her voice now more human than supernatural, carrying echoes of the athlete she had once been, the mother she had hoped to become. The seaweed wrapped around Mrs. Wong's ankles began to loosen, dissolving into mist. The room held its breath. Even the city beyond the windows seemed to fall silent, as if Hong Kong itself was waiting to see what would happen next. Wei saw his opportunity in this moment of vulnerability, this crack in the shell of Michelle's rage. Drawing upon 3 decades of experience, he carefully wove his words with threads of both truth and compassion. "Your child is loved," he said firmly, his voice carrying the weight of certainty. The jade pendulum in his hand began to swing in a perfect circle, creating a small zone of calm in the supernatural storm. "Not by the man who betrayed you, but by the endless cycle of spirit that awaits you both. The waters you chose were cold, but there are warmer tides ahead, currents of peace that will carry both you and your child to where you truly belong." Maylin's crystals began to chime in harmony, a soft, bell-like tone that seemed to resonate with something in Michelle's spirit. The amethyst at her throat glowed with a purple light that painted the walls with the color of healing. "Let the anger sink to the ocean floor," she murmured, her hands weaving patterns in the air that left trails of sparkling energy. "Rise to the surface, breathe again." Jin Ho, still standing his ground, reached out toward the ghost with an innocence that cut through decades of spiritual protocol. "Your baby doesn't want revenge," he said simply. "It wants peace. I can feel it." The ghost of Michelle Chen turned her luminescent gaze to Mr. Wong one last time, but the burning hatred in her eyes had dimmed to something more complex, a mixture of sorrow, pity, and final understanding. The water pooling around her feet began to recede, drawing back like the tide preparing to turn. "I hope your child shows you the love you denied mine," she said, her form beginning to dissolve like mist over morning waters. Her voice carried neither curse nor blessing, but rather a truth that would echo in Mr. Wong's dreams for years to come. "And I hope that knowledge haunts you more than I ever could." The seaweed in her hair transformed into strands of normal black tresses. The torn swimming suit mended itself, becoming the pristine white it had been on her last day of life. Most remarkably, a soft glow emerged from within her spectral form, her unborn child's spirit, no longer bound by its mother's rage, ready to journey onward. With a sound like a distant wave breaking on the shore, Michelle's ghost began to fade. As she disappeared, the room filled with the scent of clean rain rather than seawater, and for just a moment, those present caught the fleeting sound of a baby's peaceful laughter. The room temperature gradually returned to normal, and Wei's incense burners sputtered back to life one by one. Mrs. Wong was sobbing quietly, her hands protectively cradling her belly, but her face showed relief rather than fear. Mr. Wong knelt beside her, his face a mask of shame and relief. Years of carefully maintained facades crumbling in the aftermath of supernatural truth. Maylin moved through the space with practiced efficiency, her crystals still humming softly as she began the ritual cleansing. She scattered blessed salt in the corners, burned fresh sage, and hung new protective charms insurance against any residual spiritual energy that might linger. Wade turned to his son, who was staring at the spot where the ghost had vanished, with an expression that mixed wonder and sadness in equal measure. The boy's gift had manifested more strongly than Wei had expected, and he felt equal parts pride and concern. "You saw her clearly, didn't you?" Wei asked, though he already knew the answer. Not just at the end, but from the moment they arrived. Jinho nodded, his young face thoughtful. "I've been seeing them for months now, Father. All kinds of spirits. Some sad, some angry, some just lost." He paused, choosing his words carefully. I didn't know how to tell you. I thought if I told you, you might never retire. Might feel obligated to keep helping people because of me." Wei pulled his son into a tight embrace, understanding now that his retirement wouldn't mean an end to his family's connection to the spirit world. The gift or curse would continue through his boy, but this time, he would be there to guide, to teach, to protect. No more missing dinners, no more sacrificing family time for the demands of the dead. Instead, they would face it together, finding balance where he had found only burden. As he helped his final clients leave, Wei took extra care with the protective measures. He pressed a talisman into Mrs. Wong's hands, a small jade pendant, inscribed with ancient characters of protection, its surface warm to the touch. "For your child," he said softly, noting how the stone seemed to pulse in harmony with her unborn baby's heartbeat. "Some ghosts leave echoes. This will ensure those echoes remain gentle." Mr. Wong lingered at the doorway, his expensive watch still fogged, its hands frozen at the exact time of Michelle's drowning. The man looked decades older than he had when he arrived, as if the weight of his secrets had etched itself into his face. Will she come back?" Wei studied him carefully, seeing past the facade of the successful swimming coach to the haunted man beneath. "Michelle has moved on," he said finally, "but some marks remain on the soul forever. Use them to become better. Your coming child deserves that much." After they left, Wei stood at his window, watching the city lights flicker to life as dusk settled over Hong Kong. Each light seemed to hold a story, a potential haunting, a soul in need of guidance. For 30 years he had answered those calls, served as a bridge between worlds, sacrificed his peace for others' closure. Maylin appeared beside him, her crystals now quiet, but still carrying a faint warmth from their encounter. "That was never going to be a simple final case, old friend," she said, a knowing smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "The spirits always know. They send us what we need, not what we expect." Wei nodded, understanding the truth in her words. "Will you watch over him?" he asked, glancing toward Jinho, who was carefully examining the jade pendulum, testing its weight in his young hands. "Help him when I can." "As if he were my own," Maylin promised, her silver hair catching the last light of day, "though I suspect he may surpass us both." Did you see how clearly he perceived Michelle's child? Even I couldn't see it that distinctly. That night, as Wei sat with his wife and son over dinner, the sounds of the city drifted through their windows like distant waves. His wife had prepared all his favorites, a celebration of his retirement, she'd said, though her eyes showed she understood this was more of a transition than an ending. The apartment felt different now, as if the final case had shifted something fundamental in their family's dynamic. Wei noticed how Jinho's eyes occasionally drifted to the empty chair at their table, seeing something that only he could perceive. But unlike before, his son no longer tried to hide these moments. Instead, he would smile softly, acknowledging the spirits with a confidence that spoke of acceptance rather than fear. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, and Wei couldn't help but think of Michelle Chin and her unborn child. He hoped they had found the peace that had eluded them in life, imagined them drifting on warmer, kinder waters than those that had claimed them. The thought brought an unexpected sense of completion to his final case. The weight of 3 decades of spiritual burden had lifted from his shoulders, replaced by a different responsibility preparing Jinho for the path ahead. It would not be easy. The gift they shared was both blessing and burden, a bridge between worlds that exacted its price in sleepless nights and borrowed sorrows. But looking at his son, Wei saw not just the weight of inheritance, but the possibility of something new, a better way to walk between worlds without losing oneself in the crossing. He knew there would be more ghosts, more stories, more unfinished business between the living and the dead. The spirits would not stop coming simply because he had retired. But now they would find 2 generations of mediums in this home. Father and son working together to help both the living and the dead find their way to peace. As if reading his thoughts, Jinho reached across the table and squeezed his father's hand. The boy's fingers were warm despite the supernatural chill that still lingered in the corners of the apartment. In that touch, Wei felt the future taking shape, a future where the price of their gift might be shared and thus made lighter. Later that night, as the city slept and the barriers between worlds grew thin, Wei stood in his study one last time. The ancestral meditation bowl caught the moonlight, its surface holding generations of reflections. He picked it up carefully, feeling its familiar weight, then carried it to where Jinho slept. Placing it beside his son's bed, Wei whispered a final blessing not to the spirits this time, but to the living, to his boy who would carry their family's legacy forward, who would help lost souls find their way home, who would learn to balance the world of spirits with the warmth of life. Outside, the rain continued to fall, but it no longer carried the salt of the sea. Instead, it brought the clean sense of renewal, of endings that became beginnings, of ancient gifts passing from one generation to the next, like water flowing endlessly between 2 worlds, finding its own perfect peace. Story 3. The rhythmic tapping of May's wooden mallet echoed through the narrow alley of Kowloon Gate, barely audible over the constant drone of traffic and the hum of neon signs. Her weathered hands, marked with decades of practice, moved with practiced precision as she struck the crude paper effigy pinned to the makeshift shrine before her. Wisps of incense smoke coiled around her fingers like ethereal serpents, carrying the mingled scents of sandalwood and jasmine into the humid night air. The red candles flickered, casting dancing shadows across the collection of oranges, incense, and joss paper that surrounded her workspace. The shrine itself was a testament to years of accumulated superstition and faith. Faded photographs of deities shared space with newer printouts of the earth god. Dried flowers from previous ceremonies hung from rusty nails, their withered petals trembling with each blow of the mallet. The wooden table beneath was stained dark with years of melted wax and spilled tea offerings, each layer holding memories of curses cast and vengeance sought. Bad fortune, she chanted in a gravelly whisper, her voice carrying the weight of countless curses cast over 30 years of practicing the ancient art a villain hidden. Her dark eyes, sharp despite her 70 years, focused intently on the crude paper figure before her. May your teeth fall out, your business fail, your children forget your name, may your dreams turn to ash in your mouth. The wealthy woman before her, draped in designer silk and reeking of expensive perfume, nodded with satisfaction as each blow landed. Her jade bracelets clinked together softly as she shifted her weight, the sound mixing with the distant wail of police sirens and the ever-present chorus of the city. In her manicured hand, she clutched a crumpled photograph of the young woman, her daughter-in-law. The corners were bent and worn as if the woman had spent hours studying it, feeding her hatred. "Make her a baron," the woman hissed, her perfectly painted lips curling into a sneer. "Make her suffer for turning my son against me. Make her know the pain of loss." She pressed her French manicured nails into the photograph's glossy surface, leaving small crescents in the paper. May had heard it all before. The jealous mothers-in-law, the spurned lovers, the cheated business partners. They came to her during the Jean Zer period, when the barriers between worlds grew thin and the curses held the most power. Each brought their own tales of woe, their own justifications for seeking supernatural vengeance. Some came with tears in their eyes, others with rage burning in their hearts. All left lighter, their burdens transferred to paper effigies and scattered to the spirit world through her practiced rituals. She didn't judge. That wasn't her role. She simply performed the ritual, took their money, and sent them on their way with their vengeance satisfied. The gods would sort out the justice of it all in their own time. But something felt different today. The air hung heavier than usual, thick with an electricity that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Even the usually bustling alleys seemed quieter, as if the city itself was holding its breath. The neon signs that usually painted the narrow passage in harsh reds and blues seemed dimmer, their lights struggling to pierce the unusual darkness that had settled over a corner of Kowloon Gate. The afternoon crawled by like molasses, marked by the steady stream of customers and the rhythmic striking of her mallet. A businessman with thinning hair and expensive shoes came clutching the handwritten note with his rival's name. His hands trembled as he handed it over, and May caught the scent of expensive whiskey on his breath. She performed the ritual with extra vigor, and he left an additional handful of red envelopes as thanks. An old woman followed, her back bent with age, but her eyes sharp with malice as she described her neighbor's noisy dog. The way she spoke of the animal made May suspect the pet had already met with misfortune, and this was merely insurance against future disturbances. Still, May struck the paper dog effigy until it was properly shredded, each blow accompanied by the old woman's satisfied nods. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the canyon-like streets, a man arrived with newspaper clippings clutched in his sweating hands. May noticed immediately the similarity between the name he whispered and that of the city's chief executive, but she kept her face carefully neutral. Political cursings were a dangerous business, but money was money, and the gods didn't differentiate between the powerful and the powerless when it came to misfortune. The evening air grew thick with humidity as darkness settled over the city. The temperature dropped unexpectedly, causing the candle flames to sputter and dance. Moths gathered around the bare bulb that illuminated May's workspace, their shadows creating strange patterns that seemed to move with unnatural purpose across the shrine's surfaces. It was nearing midnight when her final customer appeared. The young woman seemed to materialize from the shadows themselves, her pale face partially hidden behind long dark hair that hung like a funeral shroud. She wore a simple white dress that seemed to float around her slender frame, unstirred by the warm breeze that rustled through the alley. Her feet, May noticed with a start, made no sound on the wet pavement, left no ripples in the puddles she crossed. "I need you to curse 4 people," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet somehow filling the entire alley. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the very air was speaking. "But I want to do the heading myself." May hesitated, her practiced hands growing still for the first time that day. The incense smoke between them began to move against the breeze, forming shapes that looked almost like reaching hands before dissipating. In 3 decades of villain heading, she had never allowed a customer to perform the ritual themselves. It went against tradition, against the proper way of things. But something in the woman's eyes, a depth of pain and rage that seemed to burn through May's very soul, made her nod. The young woman placed 4 photographs on the shrine with deliberate slowness. They made no sound as they touched the wooden surface, though May could see they were ordinary photographs, not spirit money or prayer papers. 3 men and a woman. The last photo made May's blood run cold. It was her own face staring back at her, taken from her identification card, though she had never shared such a photo with anyone. "I remember you," the young woman said, picking up the wooden mallet. Her fingers passed through it at first, then solidified around the handle. The temperature in the alley plummeted, frost forming on the shrine's offerings despite the summer heat. "You were there that night, weren't you? Outside the Lucky Fortune market. You saw them drag me into the car. You heard me scream." May's throat constricted as the memory crashed over her like a wave of ice water. 6 months ago, a warm evening much like this one. She had been walking home from the market, plastic bags cutting into her fingers, when she saw 3 men forcing the struggling woman into a car. One of them, her son, Ming, had looked directly at her, his face twisted in the expression she had never seen before. Something dark and primitive that had made her stomach turn. She had turned away, quickened her pace, told herself it wasn't her business. The sound of the car door slamming had echoed through the street like a gunshot. The next morning's news reported the discovery of a woman's body in the abandoned factory district. The victim had been raped and strangled. May had burned the newspaper before finishing the article, but the photographs of the crime scene had burned themselves into her memory, the broken windows of the factory, the police tape fluttering in the wind, the sheet-covered form on the ground. "You could have helped me," the young woman continued, her voice taking on an otherworldly echo that seemed to reverberate through May's bones. The neon lights above them exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the alley into darkness, broken only by the sickly green glow emanating from the ghost farm. "You could have called the police. You could have saved me. But you chose to protect your son instead." The mallet struck the first photograph with supernatural force, the sound reverberating like a thunderclap. Somewhere across the city, May knew, one of Ming's accomplices was feeling the impact. The photograph began to smoke, then bleed, real blood soaking through the paper and dripping onto the shrine. Another strike, then another. Each impact seemed to shake the very foundations of the city, though May knew the sound was contained within their small corner of hell. May tried to run, but her legs wouldn't move. Her feet had begun to transform into paper, the change creeping up her body like slow burning fire. The air had grown thick and cold, frost forming on the shrine despite the summer heat. Each breath felt like swallowing glass. "Your son," the ghost said, raising the mallet again, her form growing more solid with each strike, while May's became more insubstantial. "He laughed while they hurt me. Did you know that? Did you know what kind of monster you raised?" Her voice carried the weight of every woman who had ever suffered. every victim who had ever cried out for justice and found only silence. The next blow landed on Ming's photograph. May felt her son's death like a physical blow to her chest. A mother's bond transformed into a conduit for punishment. She wanted to scream, to beg forgiveness, but her voice had abandoned her, just as she had abandoned this woman in her moment of need. "And you," the ghost whispered, turning to May's photograph. Her face had transformed, showing the wounds that had ended her life, the bruises blooming like dark flowers across her spectral skin. "You who make your living cursing others, you who profit from pain and vengeance. Did you think the gods hadn't noticed? Did you think they hadn't been keeping score all these years?" The final strike had never landed. The ghost form had already begun to fade, her work complete. As consciousness slipped away from May, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the shop window. Her face had transformed into paper, thin and fragile, ready to tear. In her final moments, she understood that she had become what she had created for so many others, a vessel for curses, a receptacle for pain, a paper effigy waiting to be struck down by justice. The next morning, police found 5 bodies across the city. 3 men discovered in their homes with no signs of violence, but expressions of absolute terror frozen on their faces. Their bodies had begun to deteriorate as if they had been dead for weeks, though neighbors had seen them alive the day before. An elderly woman in a narrow alley, surrounded by burning papers and melted candles, her body twisted as if she had tried to flee from something in her final moments. Her flesh had taken on the consistency of wet paper, crumbling at the touch. And in the shrine, perfectly preserved, 5 photographs, each marked with a single drop of blood. When the police tried to collect them as evidence, they crumbled to ash, leaving behind only the faint scent of incense and the lingering echo justice served. The villain hitter's stall remained empty after that night, though some say that on quiet evenings during the Jing's period, you can still hear the rhythmic tapping of a wooden mallet and the whispered chants of curses coming from that dark alley. The sounds carry on the wind like a warning, a reminder that some debts can never be forgiven, some sins never forgotten. But no one dares to look too closely. After all, in a city of millions, everyone has something to hide, and everyone has someone they wish to curse. The shrine remains tended by unseen hands, its candles always lit, its incense always burning, a warning to those who would turn away from the suffering of others, who would choose silence over justice. And sometimes, late at night, when the moon is hidden and the neon signs flicker like dying stars, people report seeing a young woman in a white dress, carrying a wooden mallet, searching for those who think their sins have been forgotten. Her footsteps make no sound, but in her wake, the paper offerings flutter and dance, carrying whispered prayers for vengeance into the darkness. They say villain heading is just superstition, a harmless tradition for people to vent their anger and seek symbolic revenge. But the old-timers know better. They know that sometimes, when the barriers between worlds grow thin, when the weight of unpunished crimes becomes too heavy, vengeance finds a way to cross over. And in the narrow alleys of Kowloon Gate, where neon lights cast shadows that move in impossible ways, the sound of a wooden mallet striking paper still echoes, carrying with it a reminder that some curses are real, some debts must be paid, and some sins can never be forgotten. Story 4. The cancer was eating Sarah Chen from the inside out. She traced her fingers along her hollowing ribcage, feeling each protrusion beneath her skin like the bars of a cage housing something malevolent in her tiny basement clinic. where the flickering fluorescent lights cast sickly shadows across decades-old medical posters. She sat across from Marcus Wu, watching him examine the x-rays she'd handed him, the same x-rays she'd shown dozens of others before him. The difference was, this time, she wasn't lying to a common street thug or petty criminal. She was lying to the most feared hitman in Hong Kong's recent history. The basement's damp air carried the metallic scent of old blood and antiseptic, mingling with the musty odor of decay that seemed to seep through the cracking concrete walls. This was where the desperate came when legitimate hospitals asked too many questions. Sarah had spent 15 years patching up gunshot wounds and knife cuts, setting broken bones for those who couldn't risk police reports. She'd seen every manner of human brutality, but something about Marcus Wu made her other patients seem like schoolyard bullies in comparison. Stage 4 lung cancer, she said, maintaining eye contact despite the way his gaze seemed to bore through flesh and bone. 3 months, maybe 4 if you're lucky. She suppressed a wet cough, tasting copper at the back of her throat. Marcus's weathered face remained impassive as he held the x-ray up to the stuttering light. 20 years of contract killing had left deep lines around his eyes, like cracks in a weathered stone. His hands were steady, the same hands that had orchestrated symphonies of violence with mechanical precision. Sarah wondered if he could sense the deception. If those killer's instincts were telling him something wasn't right about the dying doctor's diagnosis. The silence stretched between them like a taut wire. Sarah could hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond her clinic's walls, each drop marking another second of her dwindling life. The cancer was real enough, just not his. She could feel it spreading to her lymph nodes, colonizing her body like an invading army. You're certain? He asked, his voice like gravel against glass, years of chain smoking having scraped his vocal cords raw. Sarah nodded, watching a cockroach scuttle across the floor between them. The tumor has metastasized. There's nothing modern medicine can do for you now. The lie felt bitter on her tongue, mixing with the taste of blood she couldn't seem to wash away these days. What happened next would haunt Sarah's dreams until her dying day. Marcus Wu, the infamous ghost of Kowloon, smiled. It wasn't the resigned smile of a dying man accepting his fate. It wasn't even the cruel smile she'd seen on so many of her violent patients. It was something worse, the smile of someone who had just been handed a gift they'd been waiting their whole life to receive. Life to receive. "Thank you, Dr. Chen," he said, standing up. His movement was liquid grace, belying the deadly efficiency she knew lurked beneath his calm exterior. "You've given me exactly what I needed." She should have known then what she'd unleashed. Should have recognized that look in his eyes, the same look she'd seen in terminal patients who suddenly found a purpose in their final days. But she was too focused on her own pain, the constant gnawing in her bones that kept her awake at night, to realize she'd just given a loaded gun to a man who'd spent his life looking for a reason to use it one last time. Detective James Jarm stood in the rain outside Heaven's Gate Temple, the water running down his face and into the empty socket where his left eye used to be. The prosthetic lay heavy in his pocket. He'd learned long ago that some scenes needed to be witnessed with whatever humanity he had left. 12 bodies lay sprawled across the courtyard like broken marionettes, their white robes gradually turning pink as blood and rainwater merged into a dilute horror. The temple's ancient stone seemed to weep in the downpour, dark rivulets running down its walls like tears of the damned. The air was thick with the metallic stench of death, mixed with incense and the sickly sweet odor of decay. One of the younger officers was vomiting behind a tree, his retching adding a percussive element to the steady drumming of rain. "How many inside?" Zhang asked the senior uniformed officer beside him, his voice barely audible over the storm. 23 more, the officer replied, his face the color of spoiled milk. "All executed. Single gunshot wounds to the head or chest. Professional work." He paused, swallowing hard. Some of them were still holding hands when we found them, like they were praying right up until the end. Zhang touched the flesh around his empty socket, a habit he'd developed in the 4 years since his encounter with Marcus Wu. The same Marcus Wu whose fingerprints they'd found all over the scene. The same Marcus Wu who'd taken his eye with a pair of ceremonial chopsticks during their last encounter, leaving him to bleed out in a Kowloon alley. "Show me," he said. The temple's interior was a study in methodical savagery. Bodies were arranged in neat rows, as if they'd been lined up before execution. Each victim wore the same peaceful expression, their eyes carefully closed as if in prayer. The killer had taken the time to arrange them this way after death, a detail that made Zhang's remaining eye twitch. Blood had pooled beneath each body, creating dark halos that seemed to mock the religious imagery adorning the walls. But it was what they found in the temple's underground chambers that truly revealed the horror of what Heaven's Gate had been. Hidden beneath ornate tapestries and behind false walls, they discovered evidence of systematic torture, masquerading as spiritual purification. The first room they found contained medical equipment, IV stands, heart monitors, and surgical tools arranged with obsessive precision. Dark stains marked the floors and walls, telling stories of suffering that no one had lived to share. Deeper in the complex, they found the chemical storage. Barrels of industrial compounds used to induce symptoms of illness in new converts lined the walls, their warning labels partially obscured by Chinese characters promising spiritual enlightenment. The air here burned their lungs and made their eyes water. They poisoned them slowly. The forensics expert explained, examining one of the barrels through his hazmat mask. Small doses in their food and water made them think they were sick, then performed fake healing ceremonies to cure them. Classic cult manipulation tactics. He held up a notebook filled with precise measurements and dates. They had it down to a science and knew exactly how much to give each person based on their weight and health conditions, just enough to make them suffer without killing them outright. Zhang's eye fell on a photograph pinned to a bulletin board, a younger version of the cult's leader, known to his followers as the Divine Physician, standing next to an elderly woman. The detective recognized him immediately. Michael the Butcher Chan, one of Hong Kong's most wanted criminals, presumed dead for the past decade. The woman in the photo was smiling, her eyes bright with devotion. Zhang checked the dates the picture had been taken 6 months ago. Now her body lay upstairs, arranged with all the others in that grotesque display of false peace. "He didn't die," Zhang muttered, his fingers tracing the edge of his empty socket. "He just changed careers." The story of what really happened at Heaven's Gate Temple emerged in pieces, each revelation more horrifying than the last, like peeling back layers of rotting flesh to expose the festering corruption beneath. The investigation revealed a system of torture and exploitation that went beyond mere religious manipulation. In a hidden room beneath the main altar, they found what the cult members called the purification chamber. The walls were lined with scratches, some from fingernails, others from makeshift weapons fashioned by desperate victims. A drain in the center of the concrete floor still held traces of blood and other bodily fluids. Above it hung a complex system of IV bags and tubing, designed to slowly drip various chemicals into multiple victims simultaneously. They called it the path to enlightenment, explained Mei Lin, one of the few survivors. Her once elegant hands, now skeletal and trembling, wrapped around a paper cup of cold coffee in the police station's interview room. Dark track marks lined her arms, evidence of the cult's purification procedures. First, they would make us sick. Not enough to kill us, just enough to make us desperate. They had different mixtures for different people. Some would make your skin break out in weeping sores. Others would cause internal bleeding, make you vomit black blood. She paused, her eyes fixed on something distant and horrible. The worst was what they called the cleansing fire. They'd inject you with something that made it feel like your blood was boiling. You'd beg for death, but they'd just stand there watching, taking notes. The divine physician would say our suffering was burning away our spiritual impurities. Mei Lin had joined the cult after her young son developed mysterious symptoms that conventional doctors couldn't explain. Now, sitting in the harsh fluorescent light of the interview room, her skin had a waxy, translucent quality that spoke of months of systematic poisoning. They kept detailed records of everything. She continued, her voice hollow. How long each person could endure the cleansing fire before losing consciousness. How much of their savings they could extract before breaking their spirit entirely. They had it down to a science. The record she spoke of filled an entire room in the temple's underground complex. Leather-bound notebooks contained photographs documenting the progression of various treatments. The images showed followers in various stages of deterioration, skin turning yellow, hair falling out in clumps, bodies contorting as unknown chemicals worked their way through their systems. But it was the videos that truly revealed the depth of the cult's depravity. Hours of footage showed the divine physician performing his healing ceremonies, where followers who had been secretly poisoned would miraculously recover after pledging their entire worldly wealth to the temple. The cameras captured everything. The desperate hope in their eyes as they handed over their life savings, the genuine belief that they were being saved, the way their bodies would gradually begin to heal once the poisoning stopped. The divine physician knew exactly what he was doing. Detective John explained during a press conference, his prosthetic eye gleaming under the camera lights. He wasn't just stealing that money, he was orchestrating a perfect cycle of suffering and salvation. Create the disease, provide the cure, and collect payment for the miracle. Marcus Wu had arrived at the temple like all the others seeking healing and hope. But unlike the others, he carried with him 2 decades of experience in reading people, in recognizing the subtle signs of deception. He'd noticed patterns that others had missed, had seen through the carefully constructed facade of miracles and divine intervention. The temple's security cameras captured his methodical investigation. Footage showed him collecting samples from the communal dining hall, testing the water supply, examining the medical equipment used in the purification ceremonies. He discovered the truth during his own fake recovery, but instead of fleeing, he'd stayed, gathering evidence and waiting for the right moment to strike. When they finally accessed the divine physician's private quarters, the contrast was shocking. Behind a hidden door disguised as a shrine, they found a luxury apartment that would have made a Hong Kong crime boss envious. While his followers slept on thin mats and ate contaminated food, he enjoyed imported delicacies and slept on silk sheets. A climate-controlled wine cellar held bottles worth more than what most of his victims had owned in their entire lives. But it was the medical lab that told the most damning story. State-of-the-art equipment filled the room, along with notebooks detailing experiments and creating the perfect cocktail of suffering. Photographs showed the progression of various chemical combinations, with clinical notes about the most effective methods for breaking both body and spirit. He wasn't just a con man, John concluded, reviewing the evidence. He was something worse, a scientist of suffering, using human beings as lab rats in his twisted experiments. The security footage from the temple's final night showed Marcus Wu moving through the compound like an avenging spirit. The cameras captured him methodically sabotaging the escape routes, cutting phone lines, and disabling vehicles. He had spent weeks preparing for this moment, ensuring that those who had profited from others' suffering would have nowhere to run. The security footage from that final night played out like a horror film across the precinct's monitors. Detective Zhang watched it frame by frame, his remaining eye burning from hours of scrutiny. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. when Marcus Wu began his endgame. The first to die was Brother Chen, the cult's chemical specialist. The cameras caught him in his private lab carefully measuring toxins for the next day's purification ceremony. Marcus appeared behind him like a shadow made flesh, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. There was no struggle, no dramatic fight, just the efficient press of a wire garrote against throat cartilage. As Brother Chen's feet drummed against the floor in his death throes, Marcus leaned close to his ear, whispering something the cameras couldn't catch. It took 4 minutes and 37 seconds for the movements to stop. He killed the specialist first, Zhang explained to his team, forwarding through similar scenes. The ones who knew how to mix the poisons, who kept records of dosages and effects. Each death was personalized. He paused the footage on a particularly graphic frame, like he was giving them a taste of their own medicine. Sister Wang, who had overseen the cleansing fire procedures, was found drowned in a barrel of her own chemicals. Brother Lu, responsible for psychological manipulation of new converts, had been forced to swallow pages from his own manipulation manual before Mullet ended his suffering. Each death was a carefully choreographed act of poetic justice, turning the cult's instruments of torture against its orchestrators. The divine physician himself proved more elusive. As his inner circle died one by one, he retreated to his luxury apartment, surrounded by his remaining loyal followers. The security footage showed him pacing, alternating between issuing commands and swallowing pills from his private pharmacy. He knew what was coming. At 3:42 a.m., Marcus cut power to the entire compound. The emergency generators kicked in, but they only powered the essential systems, leaving long shadows perfect for a man who had earned the nickname Ghost of Kowloon. The next hour of footage showed only glimpses. A shadow here, a silenced gunshot there, the occasional muzzle flash illuminating terrified faces. The followers who tried to run, he let go, Malin explained during her third interview. But those who stayed were still believed even after seeing the evidence of what they'd done to us. She shuddered. He gave them exactly what they wanted, a chance to prove their faith through suffering. The cameras caught Marcus gathering the remaining true believers in the main hall. 23 people knelt in neat rows, their white robes ghostly under the emergency lights. The divine physician stood before them, still maintaining his serene facade, even as blood from his broken nose dripped onto his expensive silk shirt. Show them, Marcus's voice came through clear on the audio. Show them what you really are. What followed was a confession that peeled back layers of deception built over decades, under Marcus's methodical persuasion involving techniques that made several veteran detectives leave the room during viewing. The divine physician revealed everything. How he had started as a common criminal, discovering that faith was more profitable than violence, how he had refined his techniques of physical and psychological torture through years of trial and error, how many had died during his experiments before he perfected the system. Some followers fled when they heard the truths. Others stayed, their faith somehow surviving even this revelation. These were the ones Marcus arranged in their final prayer formation, creating the grotesque tableau that would greet the police the next morning. Those who wish to leave, go now, his voice echoed through the temple speakers. Those who choose to stay will join your divine physician in whatever hell awaits men like us. The divine physician's death came last, and the footage of it had to be sealed by court order. What investigators could piece together suggested that Marcus had taken his time using every technique he had learned about during his investigation of the cult's activities. When they finally found the body, it showed evidence of having endured each of the purification procedures administered with scientific precision. He turned the entire temple into an execution chamber, Zhang concluded in his final report. But more than that, he turned it into a confession booth. Every death was a testimony, every body positioned to tell part of the story of what had happened there. Detective John finally arrested Marcus Wu 3 days later, finding him in Sarah Chen's clinic. The hitman sat calmly in the same chair where he had received his false diagnosis, a half-empty bottle of bourbon between him and the dying doctor. "Why did you wait?" Zhang asked her in the interrogation, his prosthetic eye reflecting the harsh interrogation room lights. "Why not just kill him quickly?" Marcus smiled, that same unsettling smile that had haunted Sarah's dreams. "Because quick death is for those who kill for money, for anger, or power. But men who kill with false kindness, who torture with fake compassion, they deserve to experience every moment of suffering they inflicted on others." Sarah Chen's last visit to Marcus in prison occurred 6 weeks later. The cancer had spread to her bones by then, making every step feel like walking on shattered glass. She found him sitting in the visiting room, his face gaunt, but his eyes clear. "The X-ray," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was mine, not yours. I thought if you believed you were dying, you might change." She coughed, tasting blood. "I never imagined." Marcus reached across the table, taking her trembling hand in his steady one. "You gave me a gift, Dr. Chen. You helped me find my true purpose." "And what was that?" "To prove that even monsters can serve justice, if only once in their lives." He squeezed her hand gently. "We're not so different, you and I. We both lied to save lives. The only difference is your lies were meant to stop killing. Mine were meant to make sure I killed the right people just once more." 2 weeks later, Marcus Wu was executed by firing squad. They said he refused a blindfold, staring directly at his executioners until the final moment. Detective John attended the execution, watching through his good eye as the man who had taken its partner faced his own end with the same calm precision he had shown in dealing death to others. Sarah Chen died that winter, but not before writing a detailed account of her role in the Heaven's Gate massacre. In her final pages, she wondered if she'd done the right thing, if her lie had ultimately saved more lives than Marcus had taken. She never reached a conclusion. The temple still stands today, though no one will go near it after dark. Local residents swear they can sometimes hear gunshots echoing from within its walls, accompanied by the sound of peaceful chanting. They say it's the ghosts of the faithful still awaiting their miracle. Others claim it's something else, the restless spirit of a killer who found redemption in one final act of violence, forever repeating his last judgment. Detective Jine still visits the temple once a year on the anniversary of the massacre. He stands in the courtyard, raindrops running down his prosthetic eye like tears, and wonders about the nature of justice and whether it sometimes wears the face of a monster. But what haunts him most are the words he found carved into the temple's altar, beneath layers of dried blood. False gods demand sacrifice. True justice requires witnesses. He never included those words in his official report. Some truths, he decided, are better left in the shadows where monsters dwell. Story 5. I've always believed that dreams were just the brain's way of processing daily events. Random firing of neurons creating nonsensical stories while we sleep. That was before. Before the headache started. Before the smell. Before I understood that sometimes dreams are warnings, glimpses through time's thin veil. And sometimes they're invitations. The migraines began 2 weeks ago. Small ones at first. Just gentle throbs behind my eyes that made the fluorescent lights at work feel too bright. I blamed it on stress, on the pressure of house hunting in this impossible market, on too many hours staring at computer screens. The doctor prescribed something that didn't help. The pharmacist suggested lavender oil and better sleep hygiene. I bought blackout curtains and downloaded a meditation app. Nothing helped. The dream started 3 nights ago. In my dream, I stood in front of an old Victorian house I'd never seen before. The air was thick with the kind of humidity that precedes a storm, making each breath feel heavy in my lungs. The house loomed before me, its weathered gray siding and black shutters stark against the darkening sky. A brass number plate next to the door read 1847. The peculiar thing about this dream was its clarity. Usually my dreams are hazy with details that slip away like smoke when I try to focus on them. But here, everything was razor sharp, almost hyper-real. I could count the missing shingles on the roof, 3 on the left side, 2 near the chimney. I saw the intricate pattern of rust spreading across the rain gutters, the way it branched like copper rivers against the metal. The concrete steps leading to the front porch had cracks that formed a pattern almost like a spider's web, spreading outward from a central point of impact. Time moved strangely. I stood there for what felt like hours, taking in every detail. The way the paint peeled in long strips from the window frames. The slight tilt to the left banister post. The dead plants in terracotta pots lining the porch, their dry stems rattling softly in the breeze. Then the rain began. It started slowly, individual drops hitting my face, each one feeling like ice against my skin. The wind picked up, carrying with it the smell of wet earth, rich and loamy. Thunder rolled overhead, not the sharp crack of a close strike, but the low, continuous rumble of a storm still gathering strength. That's when I saw her. A woman stood in the second-floor window, the 4th window on the right. At first she was just a shape, a darker shadow against the darkness inside the house. But as another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, I saw her clearly. Her face gaunt, cheekbones pressing against pale skin like knives trying to cut their way free. Her eyes were dark hollows, seeming to swallow what little light reached them. Her long gray hair hung in wet ropes around her shoulders, though she was inside and the rain had only just started. She pressed her palm against the glass, leaving a foggy handprint that spread and faded with each breath. She wasn't looking at me. Her gaze was fixed on something behind me, something I couldn't bring myself to turn and face. The terror in her expression told me everything I needed to know. That's when I heard it. A wet, sliding sound like something heavy being dragged to mud. It was getting closer. With each pull, drag, pull, drag, the sound grew louder. The smell of wet earth intensified. But now there was something else underneath it. Something ancient and wrong, like meat left too long in a forgotten freezer after the power's gone out. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to move, to flee, to get away from whatever was making that awful sound. But in dreams, we rarely have control over our bodies. I stood frozen, feeling the rain soak through my clothes, watching the woman's expression shift from terror to resignation, to something that looked almost like pity. The sliding sound was just behind me now. The woman's hand pressed harder against the glass, her fingertips turning white with pressure. Her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear over the rain and thunder. But somehow I knew what she was saying. I'm sorry. It has you now. I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. The dream had felt so real that I had to check my hands for rain. They were dry, of course, but the smell of wet earth lingered in my nostrils. My head was pounding worse than ever, a steady throb that seemed to pulse in time with my racing heart. I sat in the dark for a long time, waiting for the dream to fade like dreams always do, but it didn't. Every detail remained crystal clear, from the exact pattern of rust on the gutters to the way the woman's hair clung to her neck in wet strands. When my alarm finally went off at 7, I was still sitting there staring at nothing. I tried to shake it off. It was just a dream after all, even if it was unusually vivid. I went through my morning routine mechanically. Shower, coffee, toast I couldn't taste, pills that wouldn't help. Everything was normal until I got the call from my real estate agent, Sandra. "Emily," she said, her voice bright with artificial cheer, "I think I found the perfect house for you. I know the last few places haven't been quite right, but this one, it's different. It needs some work, but it's well within your budget, and it's got that historical charm you're looking for." I was only half listening as she rattled off the details, absently stirring my cold coffee. The headache was getting worse, making it hard to focus on her words, until she mentioned the address, 1847 Blackwood Lane. The number struck me like a physical blow. The spoon slipped from my fingers, clattering against the kitchen counter. "What did you say?" 1847 Blackwood Lane is a Victorian building. The late 1800s. My voice sounded strange in my ears, distant and hollow. "Yes, how did you know?" I didn't answer. My mouth had gone dry, and the smell of wet earth was suddenly overwhelming. "Can we see it today?" "Actually, yes. The seller's motivated, and I have the key. We could meet there in an hour. The weather's supposed to turn later, so earlier is better." I agreed, trying to keep my voice steady. It was just a coincidence, I told myself as I got dressed. Just because I dreamed of a Victorian house with the number 1847 didn't mean anything. There had to be hundreds of old Victorian houses with that number, thousands maybe. But as I drove through the unfamiliar neighborhood an hour later, following my GPS's directions, my hands began to shake. The sky, which had been clear all morning, was now heavy with dark clouds. The first drops of rain hit my windshield as I turned onto Blackwood Lane. And there it was, the same weathered gray siding, the same black shutters, the same concrete steps leading to the front porch, complete with the spiderweb cracks I'd seen in my dream. Even the missing shingles on the roof matched exactly. 3 on the left side, 2 near the chimney. Sandra
was already there, standing under a red umbrella, waving cheerfully. I sat in my car for a long moment, trying to calm my racing heart. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. But it was. I forced myself to get out of the car. The rain was coming down harder now, just like in my dream. Thunder rolled overhead. The same low, continuous rumble I'd heard before. It's Quite something, isn't it? Sandra said as I approached. She looked different than usual, tired with dark circles under her eyes that her makeup couldn't quite hide. They don't build them like this anymore. The craftsmanship, the attention to detail. I nodded mutely, my eyes drawn to the second-floor windows. They were empty now, but I knew which one the woman would appear in. The fourth on the right. Already I could see the faint outline of a handprint on the glass. Sandra unlocked the front door, chattering about original hardwood floors and period details, but I barely heard her. The house smelled of dust and old wood, with an underlying scent I recognized, wet earth. My headache intensified with each step into the foyer. The previous owner passed away recently, Sandra explained as we walked through the foyer. Her voice echoed strangely in the empty space. Her children are handling the sale. They say she loved this house, lived here for over 40 years, never wanted to leave, even at the end. What happened to her? I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. The smell of wet earth was stronger now and making me dizzy. Sandra's professional demeanor cracked slightly. She had some issues in her later years, kept insisting something was trying to get into the house. The neighbors said she would stand at that second-floor window for hours just staring out at nothing. Her children tried to get her to move in with them, but she refused. Said she had to stay, had to warn. Sandra trailed off, shaking her head. They found her in the basement last month. The official cause was a heart attack, but she lowered her voice, glancing around as if the empty house might be listening. The police report said she had barricaded herself down there. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. And the strange thing was, she was soaking wet, like she'd been standing in the rain, even though she hadn't left the house in weeks. My stomach lurched. The headache was almost unbearable now, pulsing in time with the thunder outside. Can we see upstairs? Sandra led me up the creaking stairs. I counted the doors. 1, 2, 3. The fourth door on the right. That would be the room with the window where I'd seen the woman, where the handprint was already waiting. The door was closed. Sandra reached for the handle, but I stopped her. Wait, I said. I need to know something first. The woman who died here, what did she look like? Sandra frowned, her hand still on the doorknob. I only saw her once, about a year ago, when I first reached out about listing the house. Thin, kind of frail. She had this long gray hair that she never seemed to style. That hung in wet ropes around her shoulders, I whispered. Sandra's hand fell away from the doorknob. How did you know that? Before I could answer, we heard it. A wet, sliding sound from somewhere behind the house. Like something heavy being dragged through mud. Pull, drag, pull, drag. Sandra's face went pale. What was that? I grabbed her arm. We need to leave, now. But we haven't seen, we need to leave, asterisk, right now, asterisk, The sound came again, closer this time. And now there was something else. A smell cutting through the dust and old wood, stronger than before, wet earth and something else, something rotten. We ran. Down the stairs, through the foyer, out the front door. The rain was coming down in sheets now. As we reached our cars, I looked back at the house. There she was, in the fourth window on the right. The woman from my dream, pressing her palm against the glass, right over the handprint that had been waiting. Her hollow eyes met mine, and in that moment, I understood. She hadn't been warning me away in my dream. She had been warning me about what would follow me home. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't slept since then. Can't sleep. Because every time I close my eyes, I smell wet earth. And every time I start to drift off, I hear that sound, that wet, sliding sound, getting closer. It followed me home just like she knew it would. Whatever had been behind me in that dream, whatever had driven that poor woman to barricade herself in her basement, it's here now, waiting. I can smell it. The headaches are constant now. The doctors say I'm suffering from insomnia-induced paranoia. They prescribe sleeping pills, but I won't take them, can't take them. Because I know now that sometimes dreams aren't just dreams. Sometimes they're doorways, and sometimes, when you dream about something dark enough, something ancient enough, it dreams about you too. I can hear it now, dragging itself across my backyard. The smell of wet earth is overwhelming. My head feels like it's going to split open. And I know with terrible certainty that tonight, when I look out my bedroom window, I'll see my own face pressed against the glass, trying to warn the next dreamer. My hair will be hanging in wet ropes around my shoulders, even though it hasn't rained for days. But they won't understand. They never do. Not until it's too late. Not until they smell the wet earth. Story 6. The wooden floorboards of First Salem Savings Trust hadn't creaked in over a century, enchanted into silence by the witch families who founded it. That's how Marcus knew something was wrong the moment he heard them groan beneath his feet. The protection spells were failing, or perhaps they were letting him in. The thought made his skin crawl. He paused in the shadows by the entrance, listening. The bank's lobby stretched before him like a cathedral in the dark, moonlight filtering through tall windows and casting strange patterns on the marble floor. Brass teller windows gleamed dully, their bars resembling rib cages in the half-light. The air felt wrong, too thick, too still, carrying the faintest scent of dried flowers and something metallic he couldn't quite identify. Marcus had spent months planning this heist, methodically breaking down every detail. He'd watched the security guards change shifts at precisely 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., logging their patrol patterns in a worn notebook. He'd photographed the cleaning crew's movements, noting how they always finished the basement level at 9:47 p.m. He'd even tracked the phases of the moon, choosing tonight, a moonless Tuesday in late October, for the darkness it would provide. But there were things his research couldn't explain, like why local teenagers crossed the street rather than walked directly past the bank, or why birds never perched on its roof, or most troublingly, why his contact had doubled his usual finder's fee for this job, hands trembling, as he'd handed over the vault blueprints. "It's not just a bank," the man had whispered, glancing over his shoulder, though they were alone. "It's their bank. The families. They protect what's theirs." Marcus had dismissed the warnings as local superstition. New Liberty was that kind of town steeped in stories of witchcraft and old magic, trading on its history to lure tourists to its quaint New England streets. But standing here now, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down on him, those warnings didn't seem quite so foolish. 2:07 a.m. He checked his watch twice, the third time, noticing how the second hand seemed to move more slowly than it should. 23 minutes until the night guard's next round. The vault was 2 floors down, past layers of security, both mundane and, if the stories were true, mystical. Plenty of time, assuming everything went according to plan. He moved deeper into the lobby, his footsteps muffled by thick carpet. The bank's interior was a study in old money and older power. Dark wooden wainscoting lined the walls, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift in his peripheral vision. Oil paintings of stern-faced women watched from gilded frames the founding families, he assumed. Their eyes appeared to track his movement, but he knew that was a common optical illusion with
Old portraits. Until one of them blinked. Marcus froze, heart stuttering. To look directly at the painting, the severe woman in Victorian dress, her high collar fastened with a ruby brooch, just paint on canvas, had to be. but as he stared, trying to steady his breathing, he could have sworn her lips twitched upward at the corners. Get it together, he told himself. Fear is their first line of defense. He'd researched the witch families extensively, learning their histories, their feuds, their peculiar ways of protecting what was theirs. They relied more on reputation and carefully cultivated fear than physical security. Let people imagine horrors, and they'd usually scare themselves away without any actual intervention needed. The basement door waited across the lobby, a heavy oak affair reinforced with iron bands. The blueprints had shown it was the original door from 1833 when the bank was first built. According to his source, it had never been locked. It didn't need to be. Story said the last person who tried to break in had been found wandering the streets 3 days later, hair turned white, babbling about shadows that spoke and floors that breathed. Marcus adjusted his black ski mask and patted his pocket, feeling the reassuring weight of the lockpicks he probably wouldn't need. His hand came away damp. Looking down, he saw his glove glistening with something dark that was definitely not sweat. The first drop fell from the ceiling before he could process what he was seeing. Dap. A perfect crimson circle appeared on the carpet by his foot. Tap. Another, this time on his shoulder. Tap. One landed on his mask, just above his eye, rolling down the black fabric like a tear. Marcus looked up slowly, flashlight beam trembling as it played across the ceiling. The pristine white plaster showed no signs of staining, no source for the drops that continued to fall with metronome precision. Each one landed with purpose, forming a pattern around him that he refused to examine too closely. The temperature dropped suddenly, his breath fogging in front of his face. The paintings seemed to lean forward in their frames, their subjects' smiles growing wider, showing too many teeth. From somewhere deep in the building came a sound like children singing, the words just below the threshold of comprehension. Move, he commanded his frozen limbs. Move or die here. The basement door opened at his touch, hinges silent despite their age. A draft carried the scent of earth and decay up from below, along with something sweeter like honey gone bad, or flowers left too long in stagnant water. The stairs descended into darkness that his flashlight barely penetrated. Marcus began to climb down, each step an exercise in will over instinct. The air grew thicker as he descended, pressing against him like hands trying to push him back. Cobwebs brushed his face, though he could have sworn the stairs were clear moments before. They seemed to form as he watched, spun by spiders he couldn't see, creating patterns that looked disturbingly like words. The temperature continued to drop. By the time he reached the first basement level, his teeth were chattering. Ice crystal was formed on the lens of his flashlight, forcing him to stop and wipe it clean every few steps. The beam caught rows of safety deposit boxes lining the walls, their brass faces reflecting the light back at him like hundreds of golden eyes. A child giggled somewhere in the darkness behind him. Marcus spun, gun drawn before he could think. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, the shadows between the columns seeming to writhe at the edges of his vision. He turned back and bit back a scream. An elderly woman stood at the end of the hall, dressed in clothes at least a century out of date. Her high-collared black dress absorbed the light, making her pale face appear to float in the darkness. She smiled, showing teeth that had been filed to points. "Our guests usually make an appointment," she said, her voice like dry leaves scraping stone. "But I suppose we can make an exception." Marcus blinked hard, remembering his research. Fear is their weapon. It's not real. Gas, maybe, or holograms. Something in the air making you see things. When he opened his eyes, she was gone. But the air where she had stood rippled like heat waves off hot pavement. and he could have sworn he heard multiple voices whispering just beyond the range of hearing. The stairs to the sub-basement waited behind a door marked private. Each step down felt heavier than the last, as if he were walking deeper into water or perhaps something thicker. The walls here were older, rough stone that glistened with moisture despite the freezing temperature. His flashlight beam caught odd symbols carved into the rock, spiraling patterns that hurt his eyes if he looked at them too long. 2:11 a.m. The numbers on his watch face seemed to blur and swim as he checked. Time was behaving strangely down here, stretching like taffy in some moments and snapping tight in others. He still had to have enough time, but suddenly he wasn't sure how long he'd been in bank. Minutes? Hours? The thought that it might be days flitted across his mind before he squashed it. Vault B waited at the end of the sub-basement corridor, its massive door covered in the same eye-twisting symbols he'd seen on the walls. They seemed to move in his peripheral vision, rearranging themselves when he wasn't looking directly at them. The combination was simple: 1833-7. The numbers that marked the founding of New Liberty, the Great Fire, and the number of original witch families. His fingers trembled as he turned to dial. Each number clicked into place with a sound like breaking bones. Behind him, the children's voices grew louder, their song becoming almost clear enough to understand. He didn't want to understand it. The vault door swung open on silent hinges, revealing a chamber that seemed much larger inside than should have been possible. Shelves lined the walls filled with lockboxes, ancient books bound in materials he didn't want to identify, and artifacts that flickered and changed when he tried to look directly at them. But in the center, on a pedestal of black marble shot through with veins of dark red, sat what he'd come for: the widow's heart. A ruby the size of his fist, so dark it looked like crystallized blood, supposedly cursed, supposedly worth millions to the right buyer. Looking at it now, he believed both claims. The stone seemed to pulse with its own inner light, casting red shadows that moved independently of his flashlight beam. The children's voices suddenly stopped. In the silence that followed, Marcus heard footsteps above him, multiple sets, moving with purpose. The night guard wasn't due for another round yet, which meant he lunged for the ruby, gloved hands closing around its cold surface. The moment his fingers touched it, every light in the vault went out, including his flashlight. The darkness that crashed down wasn't the mere absence of light. It was something alive, something hungry. The temperature plummeted. His breath came out in clouds of crystallized vapor that hung in the air, forming shapes that looked like screaming faces before dissolving. The ruby in his hands grew colder, so cold it burned even through his gloves. It pulsed in his grip like a real heart, each beat sending waves of arctic chill up his arms. Marcus ran, back through the corridor, taking the stairs two at a time, heart pounding against his ribs like it was trying to escape. The ruby in his bag grew heavier with each step, pulling at him like an anchor made of ice. The walls rippled and breathed around him, the carved symbols bleeding dark liquid that ran upward, defying gravity. He burst into the lobby and froze. The elderly woman was back, but not alone. 6 other figures stood with her, forming a circle around him. All women, all in black, all wearing the same terrible smile. The original witch family, as he realized with dawning horror, or what was left of them. "Did you think we wouldn't protect what's ours?" the first woman asked. Her skin had grown transparent, showing the skull beneath. "Did you think we wouldn't wake?" Marcus turned to run, but his feet wouldn't move. Looking down, he saw dark liquid seeping up through the floorboards, thick and red, climbing his legs like hungry vines. The wooden floor beneath him had begun to pulse. like a giant heart beating in time with the ruby. The widow's heart carries a price, another of the women said, her voice echoing as if speaking from the bottom of a well. Those who steal it must pay in kind. The ruby in his bag began to beat faster, each pulse sending fresh waves of arctic cold through his body. Marcus tried to scream, but no sound came out. The blood had reached his waist now, pulling him down into the floor that had turned to quicksand beneath him. Your heart for the widows, the women said in unison. Their faces began to melt, revealing the bone beneath, but those terrible smiles remained. A fair trade, wouldn't you say? The last thing Marcus saw before the blood covered his head was the night guard making his rounds, walking past the window without a glance inside. The last thing he heard was children laughing. They found his body the next morning, still clutching an empty bag. His chest had been torn open. The edges of the wound blackened as if burned by frost. Where his heart should have been, there was nothing but a hollow cavity, lined with crystals of ice. His face was frozen in an expression of such terror that the first officer on the scene had to take a week's leave. The ruby sat on its pedestal in the vault, unchanged, waiting for the next fool who thought they could steal from witches. But something had changed in the bank. New whispers joined the old ones in the walls. On quiet nights, when the moon is full and the shadows grow long, customers say they can sometimes hear a man screaming from somewhere deep below the floor. The witch families just smile those terrible smiles and say nothing. After all, every bank needs its security system. The wooden floors still don't creak most of the time, but sometimes, just before closing, they groan like a man in pain. And if you look closely at the polished surface, you might see dark stains spreading beneath the varnish, in the shape of handprints pushing up from below. The witches of New Liberty sleep well at night, knowing their treasures are safe. They've learned over the centuries that the best deterrent isn't bars or locks or even magic. It's fear. Fear and the example they make of those who dare to steal from them. As for the widow's heart, it sits in its vault, gathering dust and malice. How sometimes, late at night, it beats in time with the screams from below. The witches say it's growing stronger, feeding on Marcus's terror and pain. They say it's only a matter of time before another thief tries their luck. The bank is always happy to accept new deposits. Story 7. I never thought numbers could drive someone mad until I inherited my Aunt Margaret's Victorian house in Millbrook. The property had been in our family for generations, its weathered brick facade and elaborate cornices telling the stories of centuries past. I'd visited a few times as a child, but my memories were hazy, just fragments of sunny afternoons in the garden, and the peculiar musty smell that seemed to permeate every old house. When I first got the news about inheriting the place, I was more concerned about the property taxes than any family history. My one-bedroom apartment in the city had been bleeding me dry, and the thought of owning a house anyhow seemed like a step up. The timing was perfect too. I'd just started working remotely and Millbrook was quiet enough to focus on my writing. The moving process was ordinary enough. I hired local movers who complained good-naturedly about the narrow staircases and awkward corners. My furniture looked almost comically modern against the aged wallpaper and dark wood trim. That first week, I spent most of my time unpacking boxes and trying to figure out which light switches controlled what normal house stuff. It wasn't until the second week that I met Miss Peterson, the estate agent handling the final paperwork. She was a thin woman with wire-rimmed glasses and perfectly manicured nails, the type who looked like she'd never had a hair out of place in her life. We sat at my newly positioned kitchen table, reviewing documents I probably should have read more carefully. Now, about the property inspection, she said, shuffling through her papers. Everything's in reasonable condition, considering the age, though you'll want to have someone look at the roof before winter. She paused, frowning slightly at her notes. Just one small discrepancy I wanted to mention. It's probably nothing, but I'd like to be thorough. I nodded, only half listening, as I signed another form. The listing shows 22 windows, but during my inspection last week, I counted 23. She adjusted her glasses. It's likely just a clerical error, but for insurance purposes. 23 sounds right, I said, thinking of a large bay window in the living room that must have counted as 2. I can double check if you need. She smiled, but something in her expression seemed forced. Would you? Just for my records. I spent that afternoon counting windows, feeling slightly ridiculous, but wanting to be helpful. Ground floor, 8 windows, including the bay window. Second floor, 9 windows. Third floor attic space, 6 windows, 23 total. I called Miss Peterson with the confirmation, and that should have been the end of it. The first month passed quietly. I settled into a routine work during the day, take walks around the neighborhood in the evening, maybe watch some Netflix before bed. The house had its quirks, but what old house doesn't? The floors creaked, the pipes rattled, and sometimes the wind would whistle through the windows in a way that almost sounded like humming. I told myself it was charming. I started fixing things up bit by bit. The previous owners, my aunt and uncle, hadn't changed much since the 1970s, and everything needed updating. I painted the kitchen a sunny yellow, replaced some broken tiles in the bathroom, and started planning bigger renovations. The house began to feel like mine. It was during this time that I first noticed the drafts. Nothing dramatic, just cold spots that seemed to appear randomly throughout the house. I blamed the old windows and added weather stripping to my endless list of home improvement projects. Then came the night I couldn't sleep. It was probably around 2 in the morning, and I was lying in bed, listening to the house settle. The moonlight was casting strange shadows through the bedroom window, and as I watched them shift across the ceiling, a peculiar thought struck me. The shadows didn't quite match the tree branches outside. They moved. Wrong. I got up to look, telling myself I was being silly. But when I reached the window, the shadows disappeared completely. The night outside was clear, the trees perfectly still, no wind, no movement. Nothing to explain what I'd seen. That's when I heard it, a soft sound from somewhere above, like someone dragging their fingernails very gently across glass. I stood there, heart pounding, listening. The sound came again, definitely from the attic. Probably raccoons, I thought, or squirrels. The house inspector had mentioned checking for pests. I grabbed my phone for light and headed upstairs, determined to prove to myself there was nothing to worry about. The attic stairs creaked under my weight, each step seeming louder than the last in the nighttime silence. The attic was different in the darkness. During the day, it was just storage space, boxes of old papers, forgotten furniture, the usual accumulation of family history. But at night, the shadows seemed deeper, more substantial somehow. My phone's light caught dust motes floating in the air, making them look like static in an old TV screen. I did a quick scan of the space, looking for signs of animals. Nothing seemed disturbed. I was about to head back downstairs when something made me stop. The windows, something about them didn't feel right. I counted automatically. One large dormer window facing the street, 2 smaller ones on each side, and 3 round porthole windows near the peak of the roof. 7 windows. I frowned, remembering my count from earlier. Hadn't there been 6 windows in the attic? I was sure of it. I'd counted them specifically for Miss Peterson. I stood there in the darkness, trying to reconcile this discrepancy in my mind. Maybe I'd missed one earlier. But no, I'd been thorough, methodical even. I pulled out my phone and opened the Notes app, finding my original count. 6 windows in the attic, definitively recorded. I looked up again, counting slowly. 1 dormer, 2 side windows, 3 portholes, 7. The cold hit me then. Not the general chill of a poorly insulated attic, but a specific, localized cold that seemed to radiate from the small square window set into an alcove near the corner. An alcove I was certain hadn't existed during my previous visits to the attic. I approached it slowly, my feet moving almost against my will. The window was unremarkable, just a simple square of glass in a wooden frame. But as I got closer, I noticed something carved into the frame. Tiny marks like tallies, 23 of them. The scratching sound came again, louder this time, and definitely from this window. I reached out, my hand shaking slightly, and touched the glass. It was warm. I jerked my hand back and practically ran downstairs, not stopping until I reached my bedroom. I shut the door, turned on all the lights, and sat on my bed trying to calm my racing heart. There had to be a logical explanation. Old houses settled, played tricks on you. Everyone knew that. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, an overactive imagination, and too many late-night horror movies. That's all it was. I even went back up to the attic to prove it to myself. 6 windows, just like before. I almost convinced myself to let it go. Almost. But something made me call my cousin Rachel that afternoon. She'd grown up visiting the house more often than I had, spending summers here with Aunt Margaret while I only came for the occasional holiday. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Quick question. Did Aunt Margaret ever mention anything strange about the house, specifically about the windows?" The silence on the other end of the line stretched just a bit too long. When Rachel finally spoke, her voice had an odd, strained quality I'd never heard before. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," I said, rolling my pen between my fingers. "I've been counting them for some renovation planning, and the numbers seem inconsistent." Another long pause, then very quietly, "Have you been counting them at night?" My pen stopped moving. "What?" "Listen to me carefully," Rachel said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Aunt Margaret had a system. You have to count them twice every night, just before midnight. All of them. If the numbers don't match..." She trailed off. "What happens if they don't match?" "Just count them," she said. "And whatever you do, don't skip a night." The line went dead. I stared at my phone, a cold weight settling in my stomach. Part of me wanted to call her back, demand answers, but a larger part wasn't sure I wanted them. That evening, I tried to go about my normal routine. I made dinner, answered some work emails, watched half an episode of a show I wasn't really paying attention to. But as the hours crept by, Rachel's words kept echoing in my head. At 11:45 p.m., I started counting. Ground floor, 8 windows. Second floor, 9 windows. Attic, 7 windows. 24 total. My hands began to shake as I started the second count. Ground floor, 8 windows. Second floor, 9 windows. Attic, 6 windows. 23 total. I stood in the attic, staring at the spot where the 7th window had been. The wall was solid now, showing no signs that a window had ever existed there, but when I touched the wallpaper, it was ice cold. That night I heard it for the first time, a soft scratching sound like fingernails on glass. It came from everywhere, and nowhere at once, a gentle scraping that set my teeth on edge. I pulled the covers over my head like a child, trying to block out the sound, but it only grew louder. Scratch, scratch, scratch. When I finally gathered the courage to look, I saw them shadows moving outside every window, tall, elongated figures that seemed to bend in ways that human bodies couldn't. They pressed against the glass, their fingers leaving frost patterns that spiraled and grew like living things. I watched, paralyzed, as one of the figures raised what might have been a hand and began to draw in the frost. Numbers appeared on the glass: 23, 24, 25, 26. The counting became my ritual. Every night, without fail, I would make my rounds at 11:45 p.m. On some nights, all 23 windows would be there, exactly where they should be. Other nights, I'd find extra windows in impossible places, tucked into corners that were too small to hold them, floating in the middle of solid walls, even appearing upside down on the ceiling. The shadows came more frequently now, and they're scratching a nightly symphony that played at the edges of my sanity. They seemed to be waiting for something, watching with patient malevolence as I performed my accounting ritual. 2 weeks into this new routine, I finally broke down and went to the local library, hoping to find some explanation in the town's history. The librarian, an elderly woman who looked like she'd been there since the building was constructed, directed me to the archives without my having to ask specifically about the house. Her knowing look made my skin crawl. In a dusty file of old newspapers, I found an article from 1923. The headline read, "Local woman found dead in home, walls covered in numbers." The article described how Margaret's great-grandmother had been discovered in the attic, surrounded by thousands of tallies scratched into the walls. The police report noted that all 23 windows in the house had been nailed shut from the inside. But it was the last line of the article that made my blood run cold. Upon further investigation, authorities were unable to determine why the deceased had written the number 24 over and over again in her own blood. Last night I counted 25 windows. The scratching is getting louder now, and the shadows are pressing closer to the glass. I can see their faces more clearly, or rather, where their faces should be. They have holes instead of features, endless dark voids that seem to pull at my vision like black holes. I know what they're waiting for. One night I'll count wrong, or I'll fall asleep before midnight, or the numbers simply won't match no matter how many times I count. And when that happens, they'll come in through the window that shouldn't exist, the one that appears and disappears like a nightmare, the one that makes the count wrong. The sun is setting now, and it's almost time for my nightly count. My hands are shaking as I write this, but I need someone to know what happens in this house. If you're reading this, please, whatever you do, don't try to count the windows. Once you start, you can never stop, because they're counting too. And the numbers are always different. Story 8. The headaches always came at 3:17 a.m. Rebecca knew this because she'd check her phone each time she jolted awake, gasping, her sheets damp with sweat. She would lie there, heart hammering against her ribs, as the metallic taste of fear flooded her mouth. The same fragments would flash through her mind, steel tables that reeked of bleach and something sweeter and more coppery, bright lights that burned straight through her eyelids, leaving after images like dying stars, strange figures with elongated fingers that clicked against metal trays, their joints bending in ways that made her stomach turn. Sometimes, in those pre-dawn hours, she would trace the scars she couldn't explain. Thin white lines that formed perfect geometric patterns across her abdomen. The doctors called them stretch marks, but stretch marks didn't pulse with a dull ache when she pressed them. They didn't seem to shift slightly under her skin when she wasn't looking directly at them. She'd been telling Dr. Martinez about these alien abduction memories for months now, but even she didn't seem convinced. Their sessions always took place in that too warm office with Its oversized leather chairs that made Rebecca feel small, vulnerable, like a child again. The mind has ways of protecting itself, the therapist would say, her gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the afternoon light in a way that sometimes made her eyes disappear completely. Sometimes it's easier to believe in aliens than to face what really happened. Rebecca would nod, but she knew what she remembered. The cold metal against her back, so cold it burned, leaving patches of skin that never quite regained their feeling. The humming sounds that made her teeth vibrate and filled her sinuses with pressure until she thought her skull would crack. The voices that seemed to echo inside her head rather than enter through her ears, speaking words that made her nose bleed when she tried to remember them. She'd seen the documentaries, read the forums. Her experience matched the classic alien abduction narrative perfectly. Too perfectly, as it turned out. It was a Tuesday evening when everything began to unravel. The autumn air had turned sharp and biting, carrying the scent of decay that always triggered her worst memories. Rebecca was sorting through her mother's belongings. She'd passed away 3 weeks ago from what they called a sudden heart attack. Though the autopsy report described irregularities no one could explain. The antique desk had been in her mother's study for as long as Rebecca could remember. As a child, she'd been forbidden to go near it. Now she knew why. Behind a false panel that came loose with a sound like breaking bones, she found the manila envelope. It was stained with something that might have been coffee, might have been something else, something darker. The envelope was marked with a single word, Monarch. Inside, she found dozens of documents, all bearing the same butterfly logo in the top right corner. The logo seemed to shimmer and move in her peripheral vision, but whenever she looked directly at it, it was just an ordinary design. Her hands trembled as she read the first page, dated 20 years ago. The medical terminology was dense, but certain phrases seemed to crawl off the page and burrow into her brain. Subject 23F responds well to memory replacement therapy. Minor cerebral hemorrhaging noted, but within acceptable parameters. Post-hypnotic suggestions, holding stable after a third round of chemical reinforcement. Cover narrative successfully implanted. Subject exhibits expected trauma responses without retention of original stimuli. Her mother's signature was at the bottom of each page. Rebecca recognized the handwriting. The same neat script that had signed her school permission slips. Written birthday cards documented God knows what else in these reports. The nausea hit her like a physical blow. She barely made it to the bathroom before violently emptying her stomach. But even after there was nothing left, the heaving continued. In between spasms, she could have sworn she saw something moving under her skin, following the patterns of her scars. She sat on the cold tile floor afterward, pressing her forehead against the porcelain of the bathtub. The coolness helped ground her as the pieces started clicking into place, each realization landing like a hammer blow to her temples. Her mother hadn't been a research scientist studying butterflies, as she'd always claimed. Those frequent research trips throughout Rebecca's childhood, the time she'd come home looking haunted. Her hands shaking so badly she could barely hold her coffee cup, and it had all been something else. The Monarch Project had nothing to do with lepidopterology. It was something that made her mother wake up screaming some nights, something that drove her to keep a loaded gun in her bedside drawer. Rebecca forced herself to return to the documents, though her vision kept blurring and her fingers left sweaty smears on the papers. The technical language began to make a horrible kind of sense. They, whoever they were, have been conducting experiments, memory manipulation, behavioral conditioning, and her mother hadn't just been involved, she'd been one of the lead researchers. What she found next nearly stopped her heart. a folder with her own name on it, the label written in her mother's hand. Inside was a photograph that made bile rise again in her throat. Herself at age 7, unconscious on an operating table. Her small body was stretched out under harsh lights, skin pallid except for the marks. Dear God, the marks. Incisions followed the same patterns as her scars, but these were fresh, weeping fluid that wasn't entirely blood. Dark tendrils seemed to writhe beneath the surface of her skin, though that had to be a trick of the old photograph. Had to be. The room looked exactly like the one from her alien abduction memories, except there were no aliens, just doctors in surgical masks, their eyes dark and empty above the white fabric. And there was her mother among them, looking down at her daughter with the clinical detachment while holding something that gleamed wetly in the surgical lights. The next few days passed in a blur of paranoia and revelation. She called in sick to work, ignoring the concerned messages from her supervisor that became increasingly threatening. She barely ate, barely slept. The headaches were constant now, and sometimes, when she looked in the mirror, she could see something moving behind her eyes. Her research revealed fragments of truth about the Monarch Project, each discovery more horrifying than the last. It had been a classified government program running from the late 1990s to the early 2000s. Its official goal was to develop memory modification techniques for therapeutic purposes. The reality, as she pieced together from her mother's notes, was far darker. They had been experimenting with ways to overwrite traumatic memories, yes, but not to help people. They wanted to learn how to break minds and rebuild them. The alien abduction narratives were perfect, just unbelievable enough to ensure subjects would rarely be taken
seriously, yet compelling enough to stick in the mind. The subjects were primarily children, their developing brains more malleable to the procedures, more susceptible to what they were trying to implant. Children like her. The headaches came more frequently now, but they were different. Instead of the familiar alien imagery, new memories were surfacing. Real ones, she suspected. The smell of antiseptic mixed with something organic and rotting. Her mother's voice, clinical and cold. Increase the dosage. The subject can withstand more. The sensation of electrodes being attached to her temples, burning through flesh and bone and sanity. And underneath it all, a growing certainty that something had been put inside her. Something that squirmed and pulsed with her heartbeat. Something that had been waiting all these years to wake up. She found herself standing outside the abandoned research facility where it had all happened, though she couldn't remember driving there. The building had been converted into office space years ago, but the basement levels were still there, sealed off and forgotten. The security guard at the front desk stared at her as she walked past, but his eyes were wrong, too dark, too empty, like the doctor's in the photograph. Breaking in was surprisingly easy. The security system was outdated, and the lock on the emergency stairwell gave way after a few minutes with the tools she'd brought. The basement air was thick with decay and something else, something that made her think of operating rooms and muffled screams. The basement was exactly as she remembered, except now the memories were crystal clear. No more alien fog, just stark fluorescent lights that flickered in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Metal tables stained with substances that hadn't come out despite decades of neglect. And the lingering smell of decay that seemed to have seeped into the very concrete of the walls. Her flashlight beam caught something on one of the walls, a butterfly logo, faded but still visible. As she watched, the wings seemed to flutter, though there was no breeze in the stale air. In a records room that looked like it had been abandoned mid-experiment, she found more files. Dozens of them. Other children, other experiments. Some had been given alien abduction memories like her. Others had different cover stories, near-death experiences, religious visions, lost time, all carefully crafted to seem just crazy enough to dismiss. But it was the video files that finally broke her. The old computer in the corner still worked, its hard drive containing hundreds of hours of footage. The monitor flickered to life with a high-pitched whine that made her teeth ache. She watched herself, age 7, strapped to a table and screaming as they conducted their procedures. Watched her mother calmly taking notes while her daughter begged for help. Watched as they systematically broke down and rebuilt her memories piece by piece. Watched as they put something inside her. Something that writhed and pulsed and wasn't from this world at all. That's when she heard the footsteps behind her, accompanied by a wet, sliding sound that didn't match any human gait. "I was wondering when you'd find this place," a familiar voice said. But it wasn't quite right. It echoed strangely, as if coming from multiple throats at once. Rebecca turned to see Dr. Martinez standing in the doorway, but not the warm, sympathetic therapist she knew. This version wore a cold smile that stretched too wide for her face and held something that looked disturbingly like the medical instruments from her newly recovered memories. Something squirmed beneath the doctor's skin, distorting her features in rhythmic pulses. "Your mother was brilliant, you know," Dr. Martinez continued, stepping closer with movements that were slightly out of sync with themselves. "She pioneered most of the techniques we still use today. She understood that the human mind was just the beginning, that we needed to prepare humanity for what was coming, what was already here." Rebecca's heart pounded as she realized the truth. Her therapy sessions, the constant probing about her memories. It hadn't been treatment. It had been maintenance, monitoring, waiting for what they'd put inside her to mature. "Why?" she managed to ask, though her throat felt full of something thick and moving. "Why does anyone do anything?" Dr. Martinez replied, her smile widening till her face began to split along invisible seams. "To push the boundaries of what's possible. To understand not just the human mind, but what lies beyond it. To learn how to control it, shape it, make it ready for the next stage of evolution." She held up the device in her hand, which pulsed with a sickly organic light. "Your mother's work was revolutionary, but she became squeamish. Started having regrets when she saw what was really growing inside her test subjects, inside her own daughter. We couldn't have that. Just like we can't have you remembering all of this, not until you're ready to become what you were always meant to be." Rebecca backed away, but her heel caught on something soft and yielding that shouldn't have been there. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of other figures entering the room. They wore surgical masks, just like in her memories, but these weren't aliens. They never had been. They were something much older, something that had been waiting in the dark spaces between stars, finding its way into human minds and bodies through people like her mother, through programs like Monarch. The last thing Rebecca saw was Dr. Martinez standing over her, silhouetted against the harsh fluorescent lights. The doctor's face had split completely now, revealing something that pulsed and writhed in patterns that broke the laws of geometry. It looked so much like the aliens from her manufactured memories, except now she understood that those memories hadn't been manufactured at all. They'd been altered, adapted, made almost bearable compared to the truth. Then came the familiar feeling of cold metal against her skin, followed by a sensation of movement underneath it. The world began to fade as she felt something inside her stirring, unfurling, finally ready to emerge. She woke up in her bed the next morning with a headache. When she checked her phone, it was 3:17 a.m. Something about that time seemed important, but she couldn't quite remember why. Fragments of a dream lingered at the edges of her consciousness. Something about bright lights and strange figures. Must have been that alien documentary she watched before bed, she thought. She made a mental note to talk about it with Dr. Martinez at their next session. The therapist always knew how to help her make sense of these things. As she drifted back to sleep, she didn't notice the fresh injection mark on her arm, or the manila envelope missing from her desk. She didn't see the butterfly-shaped camera mounted in the corner of her bedroom, its red light blinking steadily into the darkness. And she certainly didn't feel the movement inside her growing stronger, waiting for the next phase to begin. The experiments, after all, were still ongoing, and they were just the beginning of something far larger, far older, and far more horrifying than anyone could comprehend. In her dreams, Rebecca smiled, and somewhere in the darkness, something smiled back. Story 9. From the day Marcus turned 7, the doctors knew something wasn't right about the growth on his shoulder. I remember the first time I saw it during my rounds at St. Mary's Children's Hospital, a raised hyperpigmented mass approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, with irregular borders and a slightly pulsatile nature. As the attending nurse and his mother's best friend, I was present for every examination, every test, every small change that would eventually lead us down a path none of us could have imagined. The initial workup was extensive. Blood panels showed elevated levels of nerve growth factor, NGF, and brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, suggesting accelerated neural development. The CBC revealed a unique population of cells that our hematologists couldn't classify. They appeared to be pluripotent stem cells, but with modifications our lab had never seen before. Initially, the differential diagnosis seemed straightforward. A dermoid cyst, perhaps, or a rare presentation of a teratoma. The initial biopsy results were puzzling. The tissue samples showed characteristics of multiple germ layers, with areas of neural crest derivatives intermixed with what appeared to be primitive organ tissue. Dr. Harrison, our chief of pediatric oncology, spent hours poring over the slides, consulting with colleagues across the country. The growth didn't fit any known classification of neoplasm. Marcus's psychological evaluation
began early. Even before the mass showed signs of consciousness, he exhibited unusual behavioral changes. His Rorschach tests were disturbing when shown the ink blots. He consistently described scenes of fusion, of bodies merging together. His drawings during art therapy became increasingly concerned with themes of duality. He would draw himself with 2 heads, 4 arms, always with dark features creeping across half of the image. The first 3 months were a blur of tests. MRI scans showed deep tissue infiltration, with concerning patterns of vascularization. The mass had somehow tapped into Marcus's auxiliary artery, developing its own complex network of blood vessels. PET scans revealed metabolic activity that made no sense. Portions of the mass showed glucose uptake patterns identical to those of normal brain tissue. Dr. Martinez, our pediatric psychiatrist, began documenting Marcus's dissociative episodes. During these periods, his voice would change, becoming deeper, more mature. Under hypnosis, Marcus would speak in 2 distinct personalities, his own frightened, childish voice, and another that called itself Gabriel. The EEG readings during these sessions showed bizarre patterns of neural activity, as if 2 distinct consciousnesses were competing for dominance. By his 8th birthday, the mass had nearly doubled in size, and the neural tissue had become more organized. EEG readings taken from the growth showed distinct patterns of electrical activity, different from but somehow synchronized with Marcus's own brain waves. We attempted neurofeedback therapy, trying to help Marcus maintain control over his own neural patterns, but the mass seemed to adapt and counter every intervention. The psychology department expanded their involvement. We brought in Dr. James Chen, a specialist in childhood trauma and dissociative disorders. He attempted to establish communication with Gabriel through Marcus using a variety of therapeutic techniques. The sessions were recorded for study, and the transcripts still give me nightmares. During one particularly intense session, Marcus's voice suddenly dropped 2 octaves. "You think you're helping him?" Gabriel spoke through Marcus's mouth while his own malformed lips moved in sync. "You're just preparing him for integration. Every test, every scan, every therapy session just makes the bond stronger. Soon there won't be any need for 2 voices." We initiated a series of experimental treatments. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors seemed to help Marcus maintain his personality for longer periods, but Gabriel's influence grew regardless. We tried transcranial magnetic stimulation, hoping to disrupt the abnormal neural patterns, but the mass appeared to absorb and redirect the electromagnetic pulses in ways our equipment couldn't explain. The mass continued its inexorable growth, developing in ways that defied everything we knew about human anatomy. By 9, it had reached the size of a cantaloupe, the surface showing distinct morphological changes. We performed weekly biopsies, tracking the evolution of the tissue. Each sample showed increasing complexity, muscle fibers organizing themselves into recognizable structures, nervous tissue developing into complex ganglia, even primitive organs beginning to form. Marcus's psychological deterioration accelerated. His responses on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory for Adolescents MMPIA showed increasing signs of personality fragmentation. During cognitive behavioral therapy sessions, he would switch between personalities mid-sentence, his facial expressions morphing in ways that seemed to defy muscular anatomy. We attempted an experimental procedure using targeted immunotherapy combined with localized hypothermia, hoping to slow the growth's metabolic processes. The mass responded by developing its own thermoregulatory system, maintaining its temperature independently of Marcus's core temperature. During the procedure, Gabriel spoke through both mouths simultaneously, describing in detail how he was adapting to our interventions. By 10, the changes in Marcus became more pronounced. His serotonin levels plummeted, while his cortisol levels skyrocketed. We initiated a complex drug regimen, antipsychotics to help manage the personality shifts, anxiolytics to control his increasing panic attacks, and a novel combination of neural growth inhibitors developed specifically for his case. The mass Gabriel, as Marcus had begun to call it, continued its development. We documented the growth of specialized sensory organs, including what appeared to be proprioceptors and nociceptors. Gabriel could feel pain independently of Marcus and would sometimes laugh when we performed biopsies while Marcus screamed. We attempted surgical separation twice more before the final catastrophic attempt at 12. Each time, the mass responded by developing new connections, new ways to integrate itself more deeply into Marcus's systems. During the second attempt, Gabriel's partially formed hand reached out and wrote complex mathematical equations on the surgical drapes equations that our mathematicians later determined describe the exact process of neural integration taking place between the 2 consciousnesses. The secure facility where Marcus now resides is more laboratory than hospital. The walls of his room are lined with monitoring equipment, recording every change, every development in this unprecedented case. Gabriel grows stronger each day, his tissue continuing to evolve and adapt. Recent scans show his neural network has grown more complex than a normal human brain, with structures we've never seen before. Last night, during my final visit, I witnessed the beginning of what Gabriel calls the ultimate integration. Marcus's face began to ripple and shift, his features slowly merging with Gabriel's in the process that defied biology. The mass had developed what appeared to be specialized morphogenic field generators, cellular structures capable of reorganizing surrounding tissue at will. I watched in horror as Gabriel's influence spread visibly through Marcus's body. Dark tendrils of altered tissue spreading beneath his skin like ink in water. Marcus's last words as himself were a whispered apology to his mother. Then his voice changed, merged, became something new, neither Marcus nor Gabriel, but a third consciousness that spoke of unity, of transformation, to a new form of existence. The final EEG reading showed something extraordinary. The two brainwave patterns were no longer distinct, but it merged into a complex interference pattern that our neurologists say should be impossible. The new entity, which calls itself Legion, speaks of plans to share the gift of unity with others. I submitted my resignation this morning, but I know it's too late. The small growth on my shoulder pulses with my heartbeat. No, not my heartbeat. It has its own rhythm, growing stronger each day. Sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can feel another consciousness brushing against my own, like fingers testing the surface of a pond. Final medical report, St. Mary, as Children's Hospital. Patient, Marcus redacted. Final diagnosis, unknown. Possible novel form of conscious biological integration. Status transferred to secure research facility. Notes. Patient's original personality no longer distinct. New entity demonstrates unprecedented biological and psychological characteristics. Recommend immediate quarantine and observation. Warning. Entity demonstrates ability to influence cellular growth in others through unknown mechanism. All staff showing signs of similar growths to be isolated immediately. Addendum. 3 days later. The growth on my shoulder has eyes now. They watch me as I write this, and I can feel Gabriel's influence seeping into my dreams. The new consciousness growing within me whispers that this is natural, that this is evolution, that this is the future of human existence. Part of me wants to resist, to run, to fight against this transformation. But another part, growing stronger every day, wants to embrace it. After all, isn't this what we all want in the end? To never be alone, to be understood completely, to be unified with another consciousness so thoroughly that the boundaries between self and other dissolve entirely. I look in the mirror now and I see the changes beginning. My face is still my own, but sometimes, in certain lights, I catch glimpses of another set of features emerging from beneath my skin. The growth pulses, and I feel a sense of completion I'd never known before. Legion was right. Everyone deserves a twin. Everyone deserves unity. And soon, very soon, everyone will have it. Final note. This document was found on Nurse Davidson's computer after her disappearance. Security footage shows her entering Marcus's room at the research facility. She has not been seen since. The growth rate among hospital staff has increased exponentially. May God help us all. Story 10. Lynn knew they were settling when they bought the house. The realtor's description of undeveloped land with potential was a polite way of saying the backyard looked like something out of a Grimm's fairy tale, a tangled mass of vegetation that hadn't seen human intervention in decades. But at $175,000 for a 3-bedroom ranch house just outside of Portland, they couldn't afford to be picky. Now with James's teacher's salary and her unreliable freelance graphic design income. Beyond we can clear it ourselves, James had said, squeezing her hand as they stood on the weathered back deck. His optimism was one of the things she'd fallen in love with in college, the way he could look at any situation and find the silver lining. Think of it as sweat equity. Lynn watched their 7-year-old daughter Emma dart across the patchy front lawn, her blonde pigtails bouncing. Emma had been quiet lately, ever since the divorce of her best friend's parents had forced them to move away. A fresh start might be exactly what they all needed. It'll be an adventure, she'd agreed. They closed on the house in late September when the maple trees lining the street were just starting to turn crimson. The previous owner, an elderly woman named Margaret Chin, had died without heirs, and the bank was eager to unload the property. The paperwork went through too quickly, men would later think. Miss Chen had lived there for 40 years, but when Lynn asked the neighbors about her, they just shook their heads and changed the subject. The first few weekends, they focused on the interior. James painted Emma's room the perfect shade of lavender, while Lynn scrubbed decades of grime from the kitchen cabinets. They replaced broken fixtures, patched holes, and slowly transformed the musty house into something that felt like home. Emma seemed to be settling in well, though Lynn sometimes caught her talking to herself in her room. Just processing the change, James assured her when she mentioned it. Kids are resilient. It wasn't until late October that they ventured into the back acre. Armed with pruning shears and work gloves, they began to hack through the wall of brambles and wild roses that had claimed the territory. Emma helped by gathering fallen branches into a pile, singing to herself as she worked something that sounded like an old hymn, though Lynn couldn't place it. "Mom," she called out around noon, "I found a rock." Lynn wiped sweat from her forehead and picked her way through the cleared area. Emma stood beside what looked like a rectangular stone protruding from the ground at an odd angle. Lynn's pruning shears slipped from her suddenly numb fingers as she brushed away the clinging vines. It wasn't a rock. It was a gravestone. The inscription was worn but still legible. Mary Elizabeth Warren, beloved daughter, 1,842 to 1,849 inches. James. Her voice came out higher than she intended. "Can you come here for a minute?" He emerged from the thicket, dragging a branch. "What's up?" "We found something." They spent the next hour carefully clearing the area around Mary Elizabeth's marker. They found 2 more headstones nearby, then another, and another. By sunset, they had uncovered 12 graves arranged in neat rows, dates ranging from 1835 to 1863. All members of the Warren family, parents, children, and what appeared to be household staff. That evening, after Emma had gone to bed, James dove into research mode. He spread old county maps across the kitchen table, while Lynn made coffee, though it was well past the hour of caffeine. The Warrens were one of the earliest settler families in this area, he said, excitement evident in his voice. Jonathan Warren made his fortune in shipping and built a mansion here in 1834. According to these records, they were prominent in local society until what? James frowned at his laptop screen. It's strange. There's almost nothing about them after 1863. It's like they just disappeared. The mansion burned down in 1864, and the property was subdivided decades later. But listen to this. There were rumors about the family. Apparently, they were involved in some kind of religious sect. The local paper from 1862 mentions complaints about strange ceremonies and unsettling sounds coming from the property at night. Lynn shivered despite the warmth of the kitchen. What kind of ceremonies? It doesn't say. But here's something interesting. Mary Elizabeth wasn't their first child to die young. They lost 5 children in total, all around age 7. Each death was attributed to different causes: fever, accident, drowning, but always at night, and always. He paused, squinting at the screen. Always what? Always on a night with a full moon. Lynn glanced at the calendar on the wall. The next full moon was less than 2 weeks away. That night she dreamed of Mary Elizabeth Warren. In the dream, the girl wore a white dress and stood at the foot of Lynn's bed, her face obscured by long dark hair. She said nothing, but her head tilted as if listening to something Lynn couldn't hear. When she finally spoke, her voice was like wind through dry leaves. The others are waking. They've missed having children to play with. Lynn woke with a start at 3:17 a.m., her heart hammering against her ribs. The room was freezing, and there were muddy footprints leading from the foot of her bed to the door. The dreams continued, but Lynn didn't mention them to James. She didn't tell him about the footsteps she sometimes heard on the back deck at night, or how the motion-activated security light kept triggering when there was nothing there. She didn't mention how their elderly neighbor, Mrs. Rodriguez, crossed herself whenever she looked at their backyard, or how the local cats would no longer come near their property. But she couldn't ignore the changes in Emma. Her daughter had always been independent, but now she spent hours in her room having animated conversations with unseen friends. Her drawings became darker page after page of children in old-fashioned clothes, standing in a circle around a central figure in white. And she had started singing at him more often, though the words weren't in any language Lynn recognized. One evening, Lynn found her daughter's diary open on her bed. The latest entry made her blood run cold. Mary Elizabeth says the circle is almost complete. She says Mommy and Daddy can't understand because they're too old, but I do. The others are so lonely. They've been waiting so long for someone to wake them up. Mary Elizabeth says once they're awake, we can all play together forever. The next day, Lynn drove to the local historical society while Emma was at school. The archivist, a woman named Helen Porter, listened intently to Lynn's story about the cemetery. The Warren plot, Helen said, her face grave. I was wondering when someone would find it again. Again? Helen pulled out a thick file. Every few decades, someone rediscovers those graves, and every time strange things start happening. In 1923, a family found the plot while digging a garden. Their 8-year-old twins disappeared on the next full moon. They were found 3 days later with no memory of where they'd been, speaking in tongues. In 1952, another family's daughter went missing after talking about her new friend Mary Elizabeth. She was never found, but children in the area reported seeing her playing in the cemetery at night for years afterward. Lynn's mouth went dry. What happened to the Warren children? Really? Helen hesitated. The official records say they died of natural causes. But I've read Jonathan Warren's private journals. He wrote about making a deal with something he called the Old Ones. He believed they could grant his family power and immortality. The price was steep. One child sacrificed every generation on the night of the hunter's moon. But something went wrong in 1863. Instead of taking one child, they took them all. And the parents, found in the cemetery the next morning, their hair had turned white, speaking about gates and markers and children dancing in the dark. They spent the rest of their lives in an asylum. Before he died, Jonathan Warren wrote one last entry in his journal. The markers are not what they seem. They do not show where something is buried, but where something waits to rise. That night, Lynn woke to the sound of giggling. She lay rigid in bed, listening to the high-pitched laughter drift up from the backyard. It sounded like children playing, but with an odd echo, as if the sound was coming from the bottom of a well. James stirred beside her. Did you hear that? She clutched his arm. Yes. They went to check on Emma, finding her bed empty. The window was open, curtains billowing in the October wind. On her desk lay a new drawing, 12 children holding hands in a circle, with space for one more. Outside, the full moon cast long shadows across the cemetery. The security light flickered and died as they ran into the yard calling Emma's name. But their voices were drowned out by singing that same haunting hymn Emma had been humming, but now sung by a chorus of children's voices. They found Emma in the center of the circle of graves, holding hands with a dark-haired girl in a white dress. Other children emerged from behind the headstones, their forms flickering like candlelight. Lynn recognized their faces from the photographs in the historical society's files, all the worn children wearing the clothes they'd been buried in. "She's going to play with us now," Mary Elizabeth said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "We've been so lonely." "Emma, come here, right now," Lynn commanded, fighting to keep the terror from her voice. Emma turned to them, her face radiant in the moonlight. "It's okay, Mommy. I just want to play. They've been waiting so long for someone to wake them up." "The markers are gates," Mary Elizabeth said, her smile revealing teeth that gleamed too sharply in the ghostly light. "And now they're open." The ground began to tremble. Thin fissures appeared between the headstones, glowing with an eerie blue light. The children's song grew louder, and Lynn could finally understand the words they'd been chanting all along. "What was buried will rise again. What was locked will be freed. What was forgotten will be remembered. And what was marked will be opened." James rushed forward, but an invisible force held him back. Lynn watched in horror as the ground beneath Emma's feet began to sink, forming a spiral pattern that seemed to descend forever into darkness. Then Lynn remembered something from Helen's files, a protection spell written in Jonathan Warren's final days, a desperate attempt to close what he had opened. She began to recite the words, her voice shaking. "By earth and air, by moon and sun, what was started must be undone. The price was paid, the debt is clear, no more children may disappear." The blue light flickered. Mary Elizabeth's smile faltered. Lynn grabbed Emma's arm and pulled her back, just as the ground sealed itself with a sound like thunder. The ghost children began to fade, their forms becoming transparent in the moonlight. Mary Elizabeth was the last to disappear, her dark eyes fixed on Emma. "We'll wait," she whispered. "We're good at waiting." They put the house on the market the next day. The real estate listing read, "Charming ranch house on a quiet street. Backyard needs work." They took a loss on the sale, but Lynn didn't care. They never went into the backyard again, and Emma never spoke of Mary Elizabeth. But sometimes on quiet nights, Lynn still hears children singing. And when she checks the local news from their old neighborhood, she notices a pattern. Families with young children buy the house, stay for a few months, and then leave suddenly, usually after their children start talking about their new friends, the ones who only come out to play at night, gathering around the markers that are not really graves at all, but gates to somewhere else. The latest owners just moved in last week. They have twins, both girls, 7 years old. Lynn says a prayer for them, but she knows it's already too late. The markers have been waiting, and the children beyond them are so very patient, and so very hungry for playmates who will stay forever. In her new home, 3 states away, Emma sometimes draws pictures of children playing in a circle. But now she always leaves the circle incomplete, one space forever empty. And on full moon nights, Lynn sits in her daughter's room until dawn, watching her sleep, listening for the sound of singing on the wind. She knows they're still waiting. The markers remain, and the gates they guard are only sleeping, dreaming of the next child who will complete their circle. Story 11. The floorboards creaked under the weight of my small, bare feet as I slowly descended the dark staircase. With each step, a chill ran down my spine, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. The house was eerily quiet, save for the faint sound of something, a gentle, rhythmic exhale like the slow, labored breathing of some unseen creature. I paused on the landing, clutching the handrail with sweaty palms. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I strained to listen. There it was again, a faint, guttural wheeze emanating from somewhere in the shadows below. My heart pounded in my chest, a thunderous drum beat echoing in my ears. "Mom? Dad?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. Just that unsettling sound growing louder with each passing moment. Summoning what little courage I had, I continued down the stairs, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The living room lay in complete stillness, the large bay window casting an eerie glow across the hardwood floor. I inched forward, my bare toes curling against the cool wood. Where were my parents? They should have been in here, watching TV or reading the evening paper. The house was never this quiet when they were home. A floorboard creaked behind me, and I whirled around, heart racing. Nothing, just the shadows shifting and swaying in the moonlight. I let out a shaky breath, turning back towards the kitchen. That's where the sound was coming from, a low, rasping exhale, growing stronger with each passing second. I crept forward, my hands trembling as I pushed open the kitchen door. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the digital clock on the stove. 12:37 a.m. How long had I been asleep? Where were my parents? The breathing grew louder, closer. I squinted into the darkness, trying to make out any shapes or movements. There in the corner, a hulking silhouette, hunched and quivering. My breath caught in my throat as it turned towards me, two gleaming eyes reflecting the moonlight. I wanted to scream, to call out for help, but my voice failed me. I stood there, frozen in terror, as the thing lurched forward, its heavy footfalls shaking the floor. It moved with a strange, unnatural gait, its limbs twisting and contorting in ways no human body should. As it drew closer, I caught a glimpse of its face, or what should have been a face. A gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, stretched impossibly wide. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within its throat, sending chills down my spine. I stumbled backwards, my hands groping blindly for anything to defend myself. My fingers wrapped around the handle of a kitchen knife, and I brandished it in front of me, hoping to deter the advancing creature. It paused, its eerie eyes narrowing as it studied the knife. Then, to my horror, it let out a twisted, gurgling laugh, a sound so inhuman and unsettling that it made my skin crawl. "Put that down, little one," it rasped, its voice a grating, phlegm-filled whisper. "I mean you no harm." I didn't believe it for a second. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. But my legs felt like lead rooted to the spot. "Where are my parents?" I managed to croak, my voice barely above a trembling whisper. The creature's mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. "They're sleeping," it said, its words dripping with malice. Permanently. My blood ran cold and bile rose in my throat. I opened my mouth to scream, to call for help, but the creature was faster. In a blur of motion, it lunged forward, its clawed hand clamping over my mouth, silencing my cries. "Shh," it hissed, its putrid breath washing over my face. We wouldn't want to awake them now, would we? I struggled against its vice-like grip, my heart pounding in my ears. The knife clattered to the floor, my fingers going numb from the sheer force of the creature's hold. "What do you want from me?" I managed to choke out, tears streaming down my face. The creature's eyes narrowed, and a twisted grin spread across its distorted features. Why, I simply want to play, my dear. After all, we have all night. With that, it yanked me forward, its claws digging into my flesh as it dragged me deeper into the shadows. I screamed and thrashed, but my cries were muffled by its hand, and my strength was no match for the creature's inhuman power. As I was pulled into the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder what had I done to deserve this. What horrors awaited me in the depths of this nightmare? The answer, I would soon discover, was more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The first thing I became aware of was the cold, a damp, clammy chill that seeped into my bones, making my teeth chatter. I opened my eyes, but the darkness was absolute, a void so deep and inky that it felt almost tangible. My hands were bound behind my back, the rough rope biting into my wrists. I tried to move, but my legs were constrained as well, and I realized with growing panic that I was tied to a chair. The creature must have dragged me down to the basement, or some other dark corner of the house. I strained my ears, listening for any sound that might give me a clue as to where I was. At first, there was nothing but the faint drip of water and the occasional creak of old wood. Then in the distance I heard it, that same slow, labored breathing, growing steadily closer. My heart pounded in my chest as the creature's hulking form emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. "Ah, you're awake," it rasped, its grating voice sending chills down my spine. I was beginning to worry I had broken you. I tried to speak, to plead for my life, but the words caught in my throat, strangled by fear. The creature let out a low, gurgling chuckle. "What's the matter, little one? Cat got your tongue?" It moved closer, its clawed hands reaching out to caress my face. I flinched, trying in vain to pull away, but the ropes held me fast. "Don't be afraid," the creature purred, its putrid breath washing over me. "I'm not going to hurt you. At least, not yet." I shuddered, the implications of its words sending a fresh wave of terror through me. What did it plan? And where were my parents? The creature's earlier words echoed in my mind, a sickening realization dawning on me. "What did you do to them?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature's grin widened, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth. "I told you, they're sleeping. Permanently." I felt bile rise in my throat, the implications of its words making me want to vomit. "You killed them," I choked out, the tears streaming down my face. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," the creature scoffed, waving a clawed hand dismissively. "They brought this upon themselves. All they had to do was listen. But they were so stubborn." I shook my head in sorrow and rage threatening to overwhelm me. "Why?" I croaked, my voice barely audible. The creature's eyes narrowed, a flash of something akin to anger crossing its distorted features. "Why?" it spat. "Because they refused to acknowledge my presence, that's why. They dared to ignore me, to pretend I didn't exist. And for that, they paid the ultimate price." I felt a fresh wave of terror wash over me. This thing, this creature, had killed my parents simply because they didn't believe in its existence. The sheer senselessness of it all made me want to scream. "Please," I begged, my voice trembling. "Let me go. I'll do anything, just please." The creature's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Oh, my dear, I'm afraid it's far too late for that. You see, I've grown quite fond of you, and I have no intention of letting you go." It reached out, its clawed hand grasping my chin and forcing me to meet its gaze. "You and I were going to have so much fun together. After all, we have all the time in the world." I shuddered, the hopelessness of my situation crushing me. There was no escape, no way out. I was trapped, at the mercy of this thing, this creature, from the depths of my worst nightmares. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly as the creature toyed with me, its twisted games growing more and more horrifying with each passing moment. It would disappear into the shadows only to reappear suddenly, its rancid breath on the back of my neck making me jump. It would whisper taunts and threats, its words dripping with malice, until I was on the verge of hysteria. And all the while, the sound of that labored breathing echoed in the darkness, a constant, unsettling reminder of the creature's presence. I don't know how long I had been trapped in that hellish place, the days and nights blurring together in a haze of terror and despair. The creature had tortured me in ways that I couldn't even begin to fathom, both physically and psychologically. At times, I wished it would just kill me, end my suffering once and for all. But it seemed to derive some twisted pleasure from keeping me alive, from watching me slowly unravel under the weight of my own fear and despair. And then one day, it all changed. I was huddled in the corner of the dimly lit room, my arms wrapped around my knees, when I heard a faint sound. At first I thought it was just the creature playing another one of its sick games, but as I strained my ears, I realized it was something else entirely. Footsteps, faint but unmistakable. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. Was someone coming to rescue me? Or was it just another one of the creature's tricks, designed to shatter the last vestiges of my hope? The footsteps grew louder, closer, and I dared to lift my head, my eyes scanning the darkness. There in the distance, a flickering light, a flashlight perhaps, or a lantern. Hello, a voice called out, and I nearly wept with relief. It was a man, his voice gruff and weathered, but undoubtedly human. Help, I croaked, my voice raspy from disuse. Please help me. The light bobbed closer, and I squinted against the sudden brightness. The man's face came into focus, and I nearly cried out in recognition. Sheriff, I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. The sheriff's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he took in my disheveled appearance. Little girl, what in the world are you doing down here? He asked, his voice laced with concern. I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him everything, but a sudden guttural roar echoed through the room, sending chills down my spine. The sheriff whirled around, his hand instinctively reaching for his holster. Who's there? He demanded, his voice steady and authoritative. A low, menacing chuckle reverberated through the darkness, sending a shiver down my spine. Why, Sheriff, how kind of you to join us, the creature rasped, its voice dripping with malice. The sheriff's eyes widened in horror as the creature emerged from the shadow of its hulking form towering over him. What the? He began, but the creature was faster. In a blur of motion, it lashed out, its clawed hands snatching the sheriff's throat. The man choked and sputtered, his eyes wide with terror. No, I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. Please don't hurt him. The creature's gaze shifted to me, its eyes glinting with twisted amusement. Oh, don't worry, my dear, it purred. I won't hurt him. Much. With that, it tightened its grip, and the sheriff's struggles grew weaker, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. I watched in horror, tears streaming down my face, as the life slowly drained from the sheriff's eyes, and when his body finally went limp, the creature tossed it aside like a discarded rag doll, its twisted grin widening. Now, it said, turning its attention back to me, where were we? I shrank back, terror coursing through me. The sheriff, the one person who could have saved me, was gone. And now I was truly alone, at the mercy of this monster. The creature's clawed hand reached out, caressing my cheek with a mockery of tenderness. Don't worry, my dear, it whispered. Its breath hot and foul against my skin. I'll take good care of you. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for a miracle, someone, anyone, to come and rescue me from this living hell. But as the creature's laughter echoed through the darkness, I knew that the nightmare had only just begun. Story 12. It was supposed to be a routine trip to the market, a quick errand on an unremarkable day. But for Sarah, that fateful walk down the cobblestone streets would mark the beginning of a living nightmare from which she may never escape. Sarah was a kind-hearted young woman, her gentle demeanor and soft-spoken nature beloved by all who knew her. She lived a simple life in the quaint village, content with her modest means and the company of a few close friends. On this particular morning, she had ventured out to purchase some fresh produce and a few household necessities. The market was bustling with activity as it did most days, vendors hawking their wares and locals going about their business. As Sarah made her way through the crowded square, she noticed a commotion up ahead. A small group had gathered around a well-dressed gentleman, who seemed to be in the midst of an animated discussion. Curious, Sarah inched closer, trying to make out the words being exchanged. I'm telling you, the woman is a danger to society, the man proclaimed, his voice laced with a sense of urgency. She must be apprehended and taken to the asylum at once. Sarah strained to see who the man was referring to, her heart sinking as she recognized the figure standing meekly in the center of the crowd. It was her dear friend, Evelyn. Evelyn was a quiet, unassuming woman, known for her kindness and her deep-seated religious faith. Sarah could not fathom what could have possibly warranted such a severe accusation. Before she could react, two burly men in uniform stepped forward and seized Evelyn by the arms. The poor woman cried out in terror, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as the men dragged her away. Sarah pushed through the onlookers, desperate to intervene, but the men were too strong, and Evelyn was soon swallowed by the dark carriage that had arrived to transport her. Sarah stood there, frozen in shock and disbelief, watching helplessly as the carriage disappeared down the street. She had to do something, but what? Who was this man who had condemned her friend so callously, and on what grounds? Overcome with a sense of dread, Sarah hurried home, her mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. That night, as Sarah tossed and turned in her bed, a knock came at the door. Heart pounding, she peered through the window to see two more uniformed men standing on the doorstep. Open up in the name of the law, one of them bellowed. Sarah's blood ran cold. Had they come for her too? Trembling, she opened the door, trying in vain to hide her fear. Sarah Wilkins? The man asked gruffly. Yes, that's me, she stammered. You're under arrest. Come with us, he said, grabbing her arm and pulling her outside. Arrest? But why? What have I done? Sarah cried, her protest falling on deaf ears as the men shoved her into the back of the waiting carriage. As the carriage rumbled through the night, Sarah's mind was in a whirlwind. She had done nothing wrong, of that she was certain. Was this all some terrible mistake, or was there something more sinister at play? The ominous silence of her captors only served to heighten her growing sense of dread. Finally, the carriage came to a stop, and Sarah was roughly pulled from the vehicle. The imposing gates of the asylum loomed before her, their wrought iron bars casting ominous shadows in the dim lamplight. She was led through the foreboding entrance and down a long, dimly lit corridor, the sound of her footsteps echoing eerily against the cold stone walls. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she was ushered into a small room, where a man in a white coat stood waiting. He eyed her with a detached, clinical gaze, as if she were nothing more than a specimen to be studied. Name? He asked, his voice devoid of any warmth or empathy. Sarah Wilkins, she stammered, her voice betraying her growing terror. The man jotted something down in his notebook, then turned his attention to the two men who had brought her here. "The patient is ready for processing," he said flatly. Take her to her cell." Sarah's stomach twisted into knots as the men grabbed her arms once more, leading her down another corridor and into a small, barren room. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind her, the sound echoing through the now empty hall. Alone in the dimly lit cell, Sarah sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face. How had this happened? What had she done to deserve such a fate? The tightness in her chest made it hard to breathe, and she curled up in the corner, her body racked with sobs. Time seemed to lose all meaning as Sarah drifted in and out of a restless sleep. The constant din of the asylum, the cries of the other patients, the heavy footsteps of the orderlies, the eerie silence that descended during the night, keeping her in a state of perpetual unease. Days turned into weeks, and Sarah's sense of hopelessness only deepened. She had been given no explanation for her incarceration, no chance to defend herself. The doctors and nurses who attended to her seemed to view her as little more than an animal, treating her with a cold clinical detachment that bordered on cruelty. The monotony of her days was only occasionally broken by the arrival of a new patient, their terrified screams echoing through the halls as they were dragged kicking and screaming to their cells. Sarah would sit huddled in the corner, her heart racing, as she listened to their anguished cries, wondering if she would ever be granted the same mercy of a swift end to her torment. As the weeks turned into months, Sarah's mind began to unravel. The constant uncertainty, lack of human connection, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness all took a devastating toll. She spent countless hours staring at the bare walls of her cell, her thoughts spiraling into darkness as she grappled with the realization that she may never escape this living hell. One day, as Sarah sat listlessly on her cot, the heavy door to her cell suddenly creaked open. She looked up, her eyes wide with a glimmer of hope, only to be met with the impassive gaze of an orderly. "Time for your examination," the man said, his voice devoid of any semblance of kindness. Sarah's heart sank as she reluctantly followed the orderly through the winding corridors of the asylum, her footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. She was led to a small room where a doctor sat waiting, his fingers drumming impatiently on the desk. "Miss Wilkin," the doctor said, his tone laced with feigned concern. "How are you feeling today?" Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat, the constant fear and uncertainty having robbed her of the ability to even form a coherent sentence. The doctor leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowing in what appeared to be a gesture of sympathy. "I see," he murmured, jotting something down in his notebook. "Well, let's see if we can't make you more comfortable, shall we?" With a nod, the orderly stepped forward and grasped Sarah's arm, his grip tight and unyielding. She tried to pull away, but the man's strength was overwhelming, and she found herself being dragged from the room, her panicked cries echoing down the empty corridor. As she was led deeper into the bowels of the asylum, Sarah's mind raced with 1,000 horrifying possibilities. What did the doctor have in store for her? What unspeakable torments awaited her in the darkness? The orderly finally stopped before a heavy iron-bound door, its surface marked with the faint traces of dried blood. With a heavy creak, the door swung open, revealing a dimly lit chamber that sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. "No, please," she cried, her voice trembling with terror. "I haven't done anything wrong." But her pleas fell on deaf ears as the orderly shoved her roughly into the room, the heavy door slamming shut behind her with a resounding thud. Sarah found herself in a small, windowless space, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. The only light came from a single, flickering bulb that cast menacing shadows across the bare walls. In the corner, a rusted metal table stood, its surface stained with an indistinct substance that Sarah dared not examine too closely. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she noticed a figure huddled in the far corner, his back turned to her. Slowly, the figure stirred, and Sarah felt her blood run cold as it turned to face her, its eyes wide and wild, its lips twisted into a grotesque grin. "Welcome to the asylum, my dear," the figure rasped, its voice a hoarse whisper that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. "I'm afraid your stay here will be quite permanent." Sarah opened her mouth to scream, but the words caught in her throat, her terror rendering her paralyzed. As the figure advanced, its bony fingers outstretched, she knew in that moment that she was utterly, hopelessly trapped. The asylum had tightened its grip, and there was no escape. Story 13. The autumn wind howled through the bare, twisting branches of the ancient oak trees that lined the edges of Farmer Ezra's fields. A thick layer of fog swirled across the land, obscuring the horizon, and casting an eerie pall over the weathered old farmhouse and its sprawling, overgrown grounds. Young Tommy shivered as he trudged out to the farthest reaches of the cornfield, a burlap sack slung over one shoulder. It was time to repair the scarecrow, which had taken quite a beating from the recent violent storms. As he neared the ragged, sagging figure, he paused, a shiver running down his spine. There was something unsettling about the way the scarecrow's misshapen head lolled to one side, the untidy straw spilling out from beneath the tattered hat. Its crooked wooden arms reached up towards the gray, ominous sky as if beckoning him forward. Tommy steeled his nerves and approached, trying not to look directly at the thing's lifeless face. Kneeling down, he began refilling the scarecrow's body with fresh straw, carefully reattaching the loose patches of burlap. As he worked, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that he was being watched. Glancing around nervously, he saw nothing but the swirling fog and the endless rows of dead, rustling corn stalks. "Just a wind," he muttered to himself, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of his neck. "That's just an old scarecrow, nothing to be afraid of." But deep down, Tommy couldn't quite convince himself of that. There was something about this particular scarecrow that filled him with a sense of dread he couldn't quite explain. Perhaps it was the way its crooked limbs seemed to move ever so slightly, even when there was no breeze, or the unsettling way its hollow eyes seemed to follow him as he worked. As he finished his task and stepped back to admire his handiwork, a sudden gust of wind ripped through the field, causing the scarecrow to lurch forward. Tommy let out a startled yelp and stumbled backwards, his heart pounding in his chest. "Easy there, boy," came a gruff voice from behind him. Tommy whirled around to see his father, Ezra, standing there, a stern look on his weathered face. "Jumpy, ain't you?" Ezra said, shaking his head. "There's just an old scarecrow, nothing to be scared of." I know, Pa," Tommy stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I was just, startled, that's all." Ezra let out a huff of amusement. "Well, you best get used to it. That scarecrow's been standing out here for years, and it ain't gonna be going anywhere anytime soon." He clapped a hand on Tommy's shoulder and steered up and back towards the farmhouse. "Now come on, supper's ready. Your mama's been wondering where you wandered off to." As they walked away, Tommy couldn't help but glance back at the scarecrow, its misshapen form looming in the distance like some sinister sentinel watching their every move. That night, as Tommy lay in his bed, staring up at the cracked ceiling, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had been plaguing him all day. The image of the scarecrow, its hollow eyes and twisted limbs, seemed to be burned into his mind. He tossed and turned, his thoughts racing. What if there was something more to that scarecrow than met the eye? What if it was alive somehow? The very idea made his skin crawl. Finally, after what felt like hours, he drifted off into a restless sleep, haunted by visions of the scarecrow coming to life, its straw-filled limbs reaching out to ensnare him. He woke with a start, his heart pounding. The room was pitch black, save for a sliver of moonlight peeking through the curtains. Straining his ears, he could hear the faint creaking of the old farmhouse, the soft rustling of the wind outside, and then a sound that made his blood run cold, a faint shuffling noise from the direction of the window. Slowly, ever so slowly, he turned his head, his eyes desperately trying to make out the source of the sound in the darkness. There, silhouetted against the pale moonlight, was a hulking, misshapen figure. Tommy's breath caught in his throat as he realized with horror that it was the scarecrow, its twisted limbs moving with the unsettling fluidity. He wanted to scream, to call out for his parents, but sheer terror had stolen his voice. All he could do was lie there, frozen, as the scarecrow lurched closer, its hollow eyes boring into him. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the scarecrow reached out a gnarled, straw-filled hand towards him. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable, when suddenly, nothing happened. Tentatively, he opened one eye, only to find the room empty, save for the gentle sway of the curtains in the breeze. The scarecrow was gone. He let out a shaky breath, his heart still pounding. Had it all been just a terrifying dream? He lay there for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to move, until finally, exhaustion overcame him and he drifted off into a fitful sleep. The next morning, Tommy awoke to the sound of his mother's voice calling him down to breakfast. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he slowly climbed out of bed, his legs still shaking from the horror of the previous night. As he made his way downstairs, he couldn't help but glance out the window towards the cornfield, half expecting to see the scarecrow looming there. But it was just, as it had always been, a silent sentry guarding the edge of the field. "There you are, sleepyhead," his mother said, placing a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of him. "I was starting to think you were going to sleep the whole day away." Tommy forced a weak smile, picking at his food. "Sorry, Ma. I didn't sleep too well last night." His mother tissed sympathetically. "Well, you best eat up. Your father's got a long list of chores for you today." Tommy nodded, his appetite suddenly gone. As he pushed his plate aside, he couldn't help but glance out the kitchen window again, his gaze drawn to the distant figure of the scarecrow. The rest of the day passed in a blur as Tommy went about his chores in a daze, his mind constantly returning to the terrifying events of the previous night. Try as he might, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scarecrow was watching him somehow. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the fields, Tommy found himself drawn back to the edge of the cornfield, where the scarecrow stood, its tattered form silhouetted against the orange glow of the horizon. He stood there transfixed for what felt like an eternity until finally, a gentle hand on his shoulder startled him out of his reverie. "What are you doing out here, boy?" his father's gruff voice asked. "It's getting dark, and your mama's got supper waiting." Tommy swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. I was just looking at the scarecrow, Pa." Ezra followed his son's gaze, nodding thoughtfully. Yeah, that old thing's been standing out here for years. Seems like it's always watching over the fields, don't it?" Tommy felt a chill run down his spine. Does it ever scare you, Pa?" Ezra let out a bark of laughter. "Scare me? Nah, boy, that scarecrow ain't nothing to be afraid of. Just a pile of straw and burlap, same as it's always been. He gave Tommy's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Now come on, let's get you inside before your mama starts wondering where we've wandered off to. As they made their way back towards the farmhouse, Tommy couldn't help but glance back at the scarecrow, its shadowy form seeming to loom ever larger in the growing darkness. That night, as Tommy lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had been plaguing him all day. The image of the scarecrow, its hollow eyes and twisted limbs, seemed to be burned into his mind. He tossed and turned, his thoughts racing. What if there was something more to that scarecrow than met the eye? What if it was alive somehow? The very idea made his skin crawl. Finally, after what felt like hours, he drifted off into a restless sleep, haunted by visions of the scarecrow coming to life, its straw-filled limbs reaching out to ensnare him. He woke with a start, his heart pounding. The room was pitch black, save for a sliver of moonlight peeking through the curtains. Straining his ears, he could hear the faint creaking of the old farmhouse, the soft rustling of the wind outside, and then a sound that made his blood run cold, a faint, shuffling noise from the direction of the window. Slowly, ever so slowly, he turned his head, his eyes desperately trying to make out the source of the sound in the darkness. There, silhouetted against the pale moonlight, was a hulking, misshapen figure. Tommy's breath caught in his throat as he realized with horror that it was the scarecrow, its twisted limbs moving with an unsettling fluidity. He wanted to scream, to call out for his parents, but sheer terror had stolen his voice. All he could do was lie there, frozen, as the scarecrow lurched closer, its hollow eyes boring into him. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the scarecrow reached out a gnarled, straw-filled hand towards him. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable, when suddenly nothing happened. Tentatively, he opened one eye, only to find the room empty save for the gentle sway of the curtains in the breeze. The scarecrow was gone. He let out a shaky breath, his heart still pounding. Had it all been just a terrifying dream? He lay there for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to move, until finally, exhaustion overcame him and he drifted off into a fitful sleep. The next morning, Tommy awoke to the sound of his mother's voice calling him down to breakfast. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he slowly climbed out of bed, his legs still shaking from the horror of the previous night. As he made his way downstairs, he couldn't help but glance out the window towards the cornfield, half expecting to see the scarecrow looming there. But it was just as it had always been, a silent sentry guarding the edge of the field. "There you are, sleepyhead," his mother said, placing a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of him. "I was starting to think you were going to sleep the whole day away." Tommy forced a weak smile, picking at his food. "Sorry, Ma, I didn't sleep too well last night." His mother tisked sympathetically. "Well, you best eat up. Your father's got a long list of chores for you today." Tommy nodded, his appetite suddenly gone. As he pushed his plate aside, he couldn't help but glance out the kitchen window again, his gaze drawn to the distant figure of the scarecrow. The rest of the day passed in a blur as Tommy went about his chores in a daze, his mind constantly returning to the terrifying events of the previous night. Try as he might, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scarecrow was watching him somehow. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the fields, Tommy found himself drawn back to the edge of the cornfield, where the scarecrow stood, its tattered form silhouetted against the orange glow of the horizon. He stood there transfixed for what felt like an eternity, until finally a gentle hand on his shoulder startled him out of his reverie. "What are you doing out here, boy?" his father's gruff voice asked. "It's getting dark, and your mama's got supper waiting." Tommy swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. I was just done looking at the scarecrow, Pa." Ezra followed his son's gaze, nodding thoughtfully. "Yeah, that old thing's been standing out here for years. Seems like it's always watching over the fields, don't it?" Tommy felt a chill run down his spine. "Does it? Does it ever scare you, Pa?" Ezra let out a bark of laughter. "Scare me? Nah, boy, that scarecrow ain't nothing to be afraid of. It's just a pile of straw and burlap, same as it's always been." He gave Tommy's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Now come on, let's get you inside before your mama starts wondering where we wandered off to." As they made their way back towards the farmhouse, Tommy couldn't help but glance back at the scarecrow, its shadowy form seeming to loom ever larger in the growing darkness. The weeks that followed were a blur of unease and growing dread for Tommy. Try as he might, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scarecrow was somehow alive, watching him from the edge of the cornfield. At night he would lie awake, his eyes trained on the window, half expecting to see the twisted, hulking figure of the scarecrow lurching towards him. More than once he was certain he heard the faint sound of creaking wood and rustling straw, only to find the room empty when he mustered the courage to investigate. His parents, of course, brushed off his concerns, dismissing them as the overactive imagination of a young boy. Ezra would chuckle and pat him on the back, reassuring him that the scarecrow was nothing to be afraid of. "It's just an old scarecrow, Tommy," he'd say. "It ain't gonna hurt you." But deep down, Tommy knew there was something off about that scarecrow. He could feel its hollow eyes following him as he went about his chores, and the very sight of it sent a shiver down his spine. One particularly blustery autumn night, as Tommy lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, he heard a sound that made his blood run cold, a faint shuffling noise coming from the direction of the window. His heart pounding, he slowly turned his head, his eyes straining to make out the source of the noise in the darkness, and there, silhouetted against the pale moonlight, was the unmistakable hulking figure of the scarecrow, its twisted limbs moving with the unsettling fluidity. Tommy wanted to scream, to call out for his parents, but the sheer terror had stolen his voice. All he could do was lie there frozen, as the scarecrow lurched closer, its hollow eyes boring into him. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the scarecrow reached out a gnarled, straw-filled hand towards him. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable, when suddenly a loud crash from downstairs jolted him out of his terror-induced stupor. Footsteps thundered up the stairs, and suddenly his bedroom door burst open, the warm glow of a lantern illuminating the room. Tommy, are you all right?" It was his father, his face a mask of concern. Tommy blinked, his eyes adjusting to the light, and glanced around the room. The scarecrow was gone. I heard a noise," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I thought." Ezra's expression softened, and he sat down on the edge of the bed, placing a calming hand on Tommy's shoulder. "I know, son," he said, his voice low and soothing. "I heard it too. Thought maybe someone was trying to break in." Tommy swallowed hard, his mind racing. "Pa, I think the scarecrow is alive. I've seen it moving at night. It's watching me, I know it is." Ezra's brow furrowed him for a moment. Tommy thought he might dismiss his fears once again. But instead the old farmer let out a heavy sigh. "I was afraid of that," he said, shaking his head. "That scarecrow. It ain't right, Tommy. There's something about it that's off." He paused, his expression darkening. I should have listened to your fears, Tommy. Should have done something about that damn scarecrow a long time ago. Tommy felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean, Pa? What's wrong with him? Ezra shifted uncomfortably on the bed, his gaze averted. Years ago, before you were born, there was an incident on this farm. A fireman named Silas, the old man's voice trailed off, his face etched with regret. What happened, Pa? Tommy pressed, his heart pounding. Ezra let out a heavy sigh. Silas, he got caught up in the machinery out in the fields. Terrible accident. Tore him to pieces. We buried what was left of him out there, right where that scarecrow stands now. Tommy felt the blood drain from his face. You mean the scarecrow is... I don't rightly know, son, Ezra interrupted, his voice grave. All I know is, after we buried Silas, that scarecrow started acting strange. It's like it absorbed his spirit or something. He shook his head, a haunted look in his eyes. I've seen it move, Tommy, when no one's around. Heard it calling out in the night. I tried to get rid of it, but every time I do, it just comes back, stronger than before. Tommy sat there stunned, his mind racing. So what are we going to do, Pa? We can't just leave it there, can we? Ezra's gaze hardened with determination. No, we can't. That thing, it ain't right, and it's only getting worse. Tomorrow we're going to put an end to it once and for all. The next morning, Tommy followed his father out to the edge of the cornfield, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. Ezra carried a heavy-duty axe, its blade glinting in the early morning sunlight. As they neared the scarecrow, Tommy couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The twisted, misshapen figure seemed to loom over them, its hollow eyes seeming to bore into his very soul. Stay back, boy, Ezra warned, his grip tightening on the axe handle. Slowly he approached the scarecrow, his eyes scanning the twisted figure for any sign of movement. Tommy held his breath, every nerve in his body on edge. Suddenly, the scarecrow's head snapped around, its hollow eyes locking onto Ezra. With a guttural, inhuman roar, it lurched forward, its straw-filled limbs flailing wildly. Ezra didn't hesitate. With a mighty swing, he brought the axe down, sinking the blade deep into the scarecrow's midsection. The creature let out a bone-chilling scream, its movements growing erratic and frenzied. Tommy watched in horror as the scarecrow's body began to unravel, the straw and burlap spilling out onto the ground. Ezra struck again and again, his face twisted with determination and revulsion. Finally, the scarecrow collapsed in a heap, its twisted limbs twitching feebly. Ezra stood over it, his chest heaving, the axe dripping with a strange, dark substance. It's done, he said, his voice heavy with relief. That thing is gone for good. Tommy stared at the crumpled remains of the scarecrow, his stomach churning. What was it, Pa? What was that thing? Ezra shook his head, a haunted look in his eyes. I don't rightly know, son, but it ain't human, that's for sure. It's the devil's work, plain and simple. He placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder, guiding him back towards the farmhouse. Come on now, let's get inside, and I'll tell you the whole story. You deserve to know the truth. As they walked away, Tommy couldn't help but glance back at the crumpled heap of straw and burlap, a shiver running down his spine. The scarecrow was gone, but somehow he knew its dark presence would linger, a reminder of the horrors that had once plagued this family's farm. Get off it. Wait, 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 so, avoid, 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 signal, but they fail to my face off to me. Then I am favoring family. Don't let you come here to me. Don't wait to me. Don't take a sleep way up of me. Now I'm going to say that he only me. They all hate me. Then he took me. Get people looking off that they just not be quickly. Guess it be more like. But I'm going to the quiet and protect me. Going to always being in the phone. Say I can do. Say I'll do it to you. That's why I gave you things perfectly. Can't go to me. Anything must be. How anything ever fall to you, but just me. I'm taking it to me. I even get going away. I'm going to you. I'm going to you. I hate now into down. And I'm down to sit there for the hands. I can't do it. I won't be killed. Singing one word to I'll make it safe. It's a taste of me. We give it over. Okay, that you able to raise one kid food. How do you? They have to see me. Just what you need. Telling them from the city you can't bring shit. Now I have me. All you can. I make like me. I don't be me. They can just I see me. What they can just me. They can't even have a taste of me. No, it's always that me. That's how I always do. It's such a response. Saying that it's a walking. I'm going to I long for you. Say anything I young up with you. I'm going to solve you. I only wait for you. They don't want me. Don't for you. And all that is I'm not going to send for sick my family. I'll wait down with sick. Nothing want to. So anything like my story. Say I see me. I want to have with only did one for week to me. I only listen. Take that for shit to me. So I think you should go to the wood, please. So I'll tell you. Sorry. I didn't get a thing in wait for me. I said, go wait for me. Then I did something for me to do. Then I something making on people for gas for me. All for me. Don't for me. Down off for me. See, that's it. Gave me a got that for me. So I think I'm going to see me. And I thought not to me. And I guess that anything for in the end of me. I get a company that's better. I don't fancy for you. Around for me. Then we said, hopefully. So I basically telling to me. I want to find the conversation to be close to my day exactly. And I actually didn't have me. So I had to then help me. So I can see what I want. So I want to do. So I think it's all the straight and it's together. Thank you.